Alright, I'm gonna play a couple with the Miles Craven deck here that I've been enjoying. See if we have any interest in viewer deck submissions this morning. If you're a Twitch sub, you can submit a deck or deck idea with a 10 USD donation, and we'll get around to playing them. I think I'm gonna take 3 or 4. Should hopefully get us to whatever the OTA drops. I did see the dev comment that wave changes on their radar. In fact, they didn't even say it was on their radar. They said, stay tuned. So that makes me think they might have it in the pipeline already. Which would be, which should be exciting. So I'm gonna be curious to see, do we get an OTA change today for wave? Or is there something bigger than a numbers change coming next week? I snapped them at this point. I mean, if you like go back into if you go back and look at my older pieces of content, there's like videos of me from before Marvel Snap released asking like, hey, wave probably shouldn't work with death's cost reduction. Coach B-Ball with the 5-5-55. Thank you for the over 4.5 years. Welcome back. Hey, good morning, Pablo. So, something that's interesting. This is, again, important to note that we don't see everything. We don't see everything in terms of the untapped sets. It's just the untapped players. But something that came across my feed, in one of the recent community tournaments that was run, 3 of the top 8 decks were Deathwave. I think Deathwave has long been a deck that is much better than the play rate implies. Do I want to Angela or not? If I'm not Angeloing this turn, I'm probably not Angeloing at all. I think I'm just gonna Polaris the Iceman here. That works out nicely. I think I'm just doing this. There could be merit to waiting on Miles, just because I'm likely to play a 5-drop on 5. This might actually be the play here. Yeah, I'm gonna do this actually, because the way my curve lines up here, we'll go Vision into the Angela path, plus move Crawler. So yeah, this is the way Miles usually plays out in this deck. We drop Vision here, and then we'll get to Gamora plus Miles on the last turn. Worth noting, this looks like Cerebro 2, so Brood, Mr. Sinister, and Storm are all cards that do let them get into Death's Domain.
I am Iron Man.
Born in Dells. Okay, so they must be storming the middle then, right? I think I'm just playing for all three here. Also, can we appreciate this gold-backed animation on the inked vision? It's so beautiful. Oh, they could just be Luke in the middle too. Yeah, that's true. I don't have another place I can play this though. I guess I'm gonna lose the left. Maybe I'm supposed to leave Vision and just play Lizard on the left. Wow! What a close fucking game. They YOLO'd for the Luke Cage and got it. But even with the Baku, we managed to clutch it by one on each side. Whew. I love this Stegron variant. It's quickly become one of my favorite. I don't like all of the Dan Hip stuff, but some of them really hit well. I think that one is one of them. We got that from our pile of caches the other day.
This land can never be fully known.
Do you think Howard the Duck will function as a pseudo Kang in that knowing what you draw next turn will help you know whether to stay or retreat? I mean, I think Howard the Duck will help you know whether or not you should stay or retreat in spots, but also calling it a pseudo Kang feels like a weird thing to call it. Yeah, hopefully I'm kind of expecting a Crystal update in the actual patch next week, because it feels like if Crystal was a card they wanted to change via over-the-air numbers changes, they would have changed her by now because she's so bad. So it feels like they're like, okay, this is a card we actually need different numbers on. Yeah, I am up to Trailblazer rank 20 in Star Rail, I believe. I hit 20, but I'm not far enough in the story quest yet to I'm not far enough in the story quest yet to be able to move past that. So you need to play the missions a little bit more. Need to put it on Magic's Arena with no standard rotation. When I was playing a lot of Magic the Gathering, having rotation be slower and less frequent would be the exact opposite of what I would want from their game. So hearing that they're making their rotation slower makes me extra happy that Marvel Snap was my ticket out of that application. Let's do this. No, they don't tell us OTA changes until they actually happen. I could also move Jeff out and then Stegron kick someone out of here. And then like arrow over to here next charge. So we just like keep gaining advantage here in the middle. I'm kind of into that. We're just like gonna punt the left. Any hopes or desires for OTA? Mostly just buffs to things. I think the format as a whole is in a very reasonable spot, and I don't really have any strong requests as far as changes go. You need Jeff to play this deck. You don't need Stegron, you need Jeff. The Polaris might bite us here. This is probably a retreat angle if we're playing outside of... Yeah, their early Nebula was just not something we could contest. Being forced to give up nowhere was a little rough. These Murray Isle and Nebula here are both putting pressure on us to play into both spots was rough. Casual 11 power 1 drop. Yep, OTA changes this week. No OTA changes next week because Tuesday will be a patch. So we'll get changes today, and then theoretically we'll also get changes on Tuesday. Hoping for any of our 2-drops here. That's a perfect one. Best draw next turns like Craven or Jeff. Hey, look, they got rid of one of our not ideal draws. Thanks, friend. Well, shit. Feels bad, man. We'll do the Destroy Land deck at some point today. Alright, flip the coin. What? We won the priority flip here at least. And Crystal will be busted if they changed her to be on reveal draw, so you have 3 cards in your hand. Yes, definitely. Lost the flip. Fun gameplay. Fun gameplay. Interesting. Unfortunately, I do not expect changes to Galactus today. One of my favorite openers. We get to go Angela on 2 into Nightcrawler, Craven on 3. Charging Ferret. Thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Holy shit. All right, I'm closing my Twitter tabs. We just had a right-winger in my mentions let someone else know that the left has taken over the media to silence the opposition. And that was already obviously decidedly not true. But then there was the absolute fucking train wreck of the Donald Trump town hall last night. And it's just actually fucking insane that anybody could say the liberals have taken over the media to silence the opposition after that absolute unmitigated disaster. Oh, man. Punished for playing the rock out. This is an extra 9 over here. Yeah, I gambled wrong. Their hand was very good. I snapped on one because they were a Darkhawk deck into Lamentus, and they not only didn't have Darkhawk, they had actual all their cards that work together. And they hit our Gamora to boot. Moon Knight! When Moon Knight is good, it is a good reminder of why targeted discard doesn't exist in this game. And why Stature has a very minimal number of cards that enable her. Cards that discard cards from your hand are really incredibly offensive designs when they are good. Moon Knight saving grace is that it's random, so it frequently hurts you. Charging Barrett, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. And Red Ranger, thank you for the 3.5 years. Always good to have you around the Discord. These viewer decks. No, we haven't had any viewer deck submissions this morning. We'll see. Last time we did them, we only had a couple. It's one of those things that's hard to gauge interest in. Some days we do them and there's a bunch, and some days we do them and there's not so much. I'll try and fight over this Hala, I think. I don't know if this is enough. We're gonna try. Hey, thanks for the video, Delkeep. If you just drop a link to the deck you'd like me to play in chat, we'll fire it up after this one, huh? Oh, well then. I've seen the Pixel Fold. I have not seen the Pixel Fold. I'm not someone that, like, upgrades my mobile device super aggressively, though, so, like, my Fold 4 is, like, plenty good. It also cost me $2,000, so I'm hoping to get a couple, 2, 3, 4 years out of it. I don't usually upgrade my mobile device until, like, the games I'm trying to play. Unless I'm trying to, the games I'm trying to play on mobile, start starting to run real slow. My Galaxy Fold is going to the grave with me. It's bigger. The Pixel Fold is huge, even compared to the Galaxy. Really? Okay. Unfortunately, we had our only one drop in hand when Hell's Kitchen flipped up, but this hand is very good. Again, one of the sequencing things you take away from this is that you never want to play Nightcrawler on one if you have Angela, because you want this to trigger her. The Pixel Fold's about $1,900. That's the same price as what I paid for my Samsung. It's basically two cell phones glued together, so like, you know, it costs what two cell phones cost. Morning, Thomas. Okay, so Nova means that I want to move my Kraven aggressively. I want to move my Nightcrawler aggressively because it's going to get shot otherwise. Am I playing for Nidavellir? I think that link, Dells, is actually too long to post into chat. Are you in the subs Discord that you could DM me from there? I'm gonna delete that message because it's really big in chat. Yeah, ping me there. My DMs are open for people in the Discord. The trouble with fighting over Nidavellir is that I'm gonna put Lizard over here for now, but the trouble with Nidavellir against a Nova deck is they're likely a Shang-Chi deck as well. Legulia. Let's drop Vision in the middle. There, Jeff can still move here. Got it, Dells. Thank you. We'll get that one up after this. Oh, so I was talking and clicking. I actually made a mistake here. So I should have moved Jeff last turn because if I drew Miles this turn, I couldn't play it. Which would have been bad for me. We're obviously not contesting this. The question comes down to is 20 enough to win the middle? It might be.
Target locked.
Big beam. Yep, and this is why we didn't play for here. Oh my god, their Jeff moved into my Kraven path too. Got him. I think we're good regardless of where the Mysterio is. Chat, there are two emotes that I will never find toxic, and I will always give you back. One, if you Spider-Man point when we do the same thing, that's the one acceptable, fantastic emote in the game. Two, if you fist bump me when you lose, I will always fist bump you back. Just don't spam emotes in my face when you win. Fine. It's fine to say GG, but it should always be the person that lost that says GG. By Deadpool, when you beat me on a location and blow up my board. The Deadpool one's so hard to read because sometimes people use that as a bluffing tool, so it could be It can be loose. All right, we got our first viewer deck. I'm gonna try some Ladlock here. Hey, GG, Shaban. McSeabolt, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. All right, let's give this a go. This is mostly good cards. I think Professor X, Claw, and Doctor Doom are three of the better things you can copy with Iron Lad. So one of the things, and this was something that applied to Magic as well as Snap, is that these games with variants by design have what I would refer to as non-games, where one player just kind of dies and doesn't get to do anything. And it's just like, it's kind of a feels bad when you like lose a game that you had no relevant decision and died. And so your opponent's like, GG. And it's like, well, yeah, you played a game, but like there was nothing I could do here, so it wasn't really interactive or interesting for me. Hey, Kay, let me hit the server sync on the Discord here. Depending on when you subbed, it might not be synced up. But yeah, it should. Prime subs are exactly the same as paid, and gift subs are all the same for the Discord server. It's syncing. It's syncing. It added a subscriber just now, so maybe that was you. I think I'm storming Gamma Lab. Our deck is not good into Gamma Lab. We have no Shang-Chi. I guess we have Cosmo to prevent them from killing our things, but we don't have that in our hands. So yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this, I think.
Wind, aid my hand.
All right, so the lad could be Juggernaut, could be Cosmo, could be Nebula. So Jug and Cosmo are both good here. And honestly, our Jug and Nebula are both good, or even Cosmo's kind of fine, right? All right, Jug, please. Jug, please. I mean, all things considered, that's also kind of fucking good, right? Like we have Doctor Doom to slide some power into the Flooded. Mm-hmm. Do I want to lock? How do I win DC if I lock New York? Yeah, I think it's Professor X, slide Iron Lad, Jeff into here, play Claw. Hope that's good enough. I think is the line. I think we lock DC, and then we plan on Claw to win it for us. Alternatively, I could Jeff into DC and then Chavez the middle. Is that better? That might be better, actually. He was right there on the board. He was right there on the board, Fred. Hey, Dr. Paj, thank you for the quarter of a year. Appreciate you up in that. Welcome back. Morning, good morning. I had someone in a YouTube comment say, I don't understand the hype about Jess. Isn't it just Nightcrawler with one more power? And my brain kind of melted. Just like, excuse me. Am I using a card still on my deck? That is the Untap Tracker. You can check that out here using my affiliate link. We got Storm into Jug here on the right. So, I don't understand why people dislike New York. It seems like it gives so much decision space on the last turn. It makes it more strategic depth to think about. It's a great location. So, there is a limit to strategic depth. And at a certain point, when there's too many paths in the decision tree for both players, you're not outplaying your opponent. You're just picking one of your better possible outcomes and hope it lines up into whichever better possible outcome the opponent has decided to go with as well. It's actually the exact opposite of strategic depth, because it's basically, well, any fucking thing could happen here. Who knows? Ship it. Wow. What an unlucky break. Iceman hit our Juggernaut, and then they goosed here, so I can't jug the flooding. Brutal. The club. Am I fighting over this? I feel like compelled to fight over this, chat. The problem is that we're dead to Cerebro, right? Stand up, stretch the legs out. Can't wait to see Cerebro 6 with Tribunal. To be fair, that would be a good way to make Hella better. Thoughts on Cerebro 3? Worse than Cerebro 2. One of the worst decks people consistently ask me to play. This person was playing Galactus earlier, right? I'm gonna Cosmo the center because that's where they're most likely to play Electro or Wave. Get the fuck out of my game, Galactus! Out! I'm excited to lose anyways, but we did at least read them like a book. We missed our 50-50 this time around. That's true. We do have a lot of good anti-Galactus tools, don't we? The Spider-Man Professor X decks tend to have decent Galactus matchups. I do this, right? And then we can Jeff into here. to win it next turn. I need to play around Destroyer, basically.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Who's a good little shark? Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Victory.
My favorite card back? I don't know if I have an explicit favorite. Nothing stops him. He's adorable. Jeff just being Nightcrawler +1 there. Yeah, exactly. You feel me? Are my Doctor Doom and Professor X conflicting in this deck? Nah, I don't think so. There's like 2 different generically good cards. If they don't Viper us this turn, I think I'm just storming mid. So I don't want to storm either of these that have it go away. The OTA heads will be aiming to avoid spoilers. Yeah, like when the OTA drops, like, don't post about it in chat until after.
Aid my hand.
Until I've had a chance to look at it. Let me wait the 3 minutes to finish the current game I'm in. Actually, we're infinite already. We could just concede the current game when they go live and look right away. We'll do this to give us info for the Professor X. Although I suppose Nebula's... I was gonna say, I worried to worry about Killmonger, but Killmonger would kill their demon too, so I think we're fine. We notably do not have priority here, so if they try and blow up the Bucky, we can't stop it. We can, however, Professor X the Eternity Range or Danger Room if they don't play to both simultaneously. I respect that the opponent isn't a coward. I believe OTAs are usually in like 90-ish minutes or so. Or is that early? I genuinely don't remember. I should really write it down. Someone go check the Discord.
Victory.
Can someone in the Marvel Snap official Discord server go check what times they posted? I can't remember if it was 11 a.m. or noon Central. Last one was 1:30 Central. Oh, that's later than I remembered. Gosh, my brain is bad. 1:30. That's fine. I got plenty of things to poke at in the meantime. We drop Nebula over here to split where they kind of want to be playing. On deck tracker sites, it shows Iron Lad to be performing really well. Do you agree, Jeff? Let's take a look at that after we finish today. I'm actually, so I don't think I'm gonna do a full updated metagame breakdown this week, but I was thinking of doing a video to post tomorrow entitled, Is Iron Lad Broken? Let's look at the metrics. I think could be a fun thought experiment. I think I still just Lad here to make them respect me on Asgard. Yeah, I got it. They even stopped their own Scorpion. Hey, congrats on Infinite Touchpad. Who's the last truly broken card on release? Probably Zabu.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Kitty Pryde was quite broken. I changed my answer. Kitty Pryde is officially the only correct answer. The last truly broken card on release was Kitty Pryde. Objectively true.
Victory.
So, these are Iron Lad games, decks with Iron Lad in them, from 70 to 99, with 200 plus games sorted at the top. And you look at all these stats and you're like, yeah, all these stats are good. Iron Lad must be good. And it's like, well, actually, this is just the stock best deck that was already really, really good, but they cut a card and put Iron Lad in it. Like, there's so much of this, and no fucking joke. The first 6 Iron Lad decks here are literally just people cutting different cards from the stock best deck and putting Iron Lad in it. And this is something that happens. This is something that happens very frequently. And it makes it hard to parse how good or bad a new card really is, right? Because if you cut Iron Lad from all of these decks and replaced him with Crystal, these decks would all still have really good stats. Probably slightly worse than they have with Iron Lad, but they'd still be pretty fucking good because the other 11 cards are great. So you're saying Crystal's OP? Yeah, like let's keep scrolling. Darkhawk, discard, another Stature deck, another Dino Hawk deck. Like, yeah. So it's so hard to say, is Iron Lad actually adding value to these things? Because like quite literally all of these decks are just the stock deck that we cut a card, a stock existing good deck that we cut a card and put Iron Lad. I mean, even the non-stature decks, right? It's just like, yeah, here's Sarah Zabu. This is Surfer at least. This is cute because you're copying Brood sometimes. Like, these are all, and like, to give you a comparison, let's look at, okay, hold on. Let's actually fix it. All right, so, Iron Lad. So here's the Iron Lad stature deck. Let's pull up, I think I can filter in 2 different tabs at the same time. So over here, we have Iron Lad stature. And over here, let's look up stature, but let's explicitly exclude Iron Lad. Let's, I'm gonna actually put more games here, because this one has more games. And it's like, here's the difference, right? Like, so here's the absolute best stats on one of these variations with Iron Lad. And here's the stats on the ones without it. The Dead Man, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate the prime. And now from here, you'll look at this and you'll go, okay, the Iron Lad version has a higher win rate and a higher cube rate. But then I would like to point out 2 important things. 1, total sample size is significantly lower here. This is 1,000 versus 8,500 and 37,000. And 2, not just the sample size being different, but think about the sample bias, which is to say, what are the types of players that are more likely to have Iron Lad at release? Do you think more competitive players or less competitive players are more likely to buy the card that's being hyped up as good at release? I would wager that this sample is skewed to more competitive players having this brand new card and being willing to plunk down their resources for this card that might make their best deck better. So I would wager that these numbers are skewed higher based on the population that this 1,000 games is coming from versus the population where these samples are coming from probably has a wider range of skill levels of players inside of them. And obviously, that's just an estimation. I don't have anything other than my instincts and a gut feeling to back that up. But that's why data interpretation is important, other than just looking at the numbers and being like, these numbers are bigger, Iron Lad makes this deck better. And that's, again, also goes back to the sample sizes. For anybody that's new to the channel and you're not familiar with my background, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. And I spent time not only teaching statistics at the high school and college level, but I also spent time doing data analysis and process automation for a Fortune 50 company for a little while after grad school as well. I am still taking deck submissions, Duck, yeah. Yes, that's also true of Rats and Men. The larger sample sizes definitely have people like learning the play patterns of the deck, whereas people that are adding Iron Lad to it likely already have repetitions and with it to start, so their games where they were initially learning how to play the deck aren't in that 1,000 match sample. That's a really good observation as well. Am I on Rate My Professor? I don't believe so. I last taught a class like, gosh, probably 7 or 8 years ago. That site wasn't super widespread at the time. It was like just really starting. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Sergey. I actually, in my opinion, the Iron Lad deck, 3 locations, please. Oh, if that username isn't the cry for help we all need right now, I don't know what is. Do you see what you're doing to us, Marvel? Do you see? Do you understand?
Wind, aid my hand.
60% win rate on the statue deck probably means it should get adjusted too. So that's another question of it depends. Talking about sample bias again. Please have more than 3 power. They're obviously Cerebro 3. Well, I mean, that also is fine, I think. Talking about sample bias, something that's probably true of the general population of Untapped is that the players there tend to be more competitive as well than the average player base. So I would wager most of the win rates on that site are skewed high. Some of them are on Luke Cage. I don't think Luke Cage is that popular in Cerebro 3. They have Valk and Bass to, like, fix their stuff. I do this to just lock him out of space here. They nerfed Stature, but pour one out for a boy Black Bull. I think Stature is probably still very playable at 6 power. I would not be surprised if they shaved like 1 point of power off of 1 or 2 cards in the Stature deck. If you Cosmo mid, they can't copy Cerebro. That's true, but I mostly just want to put a bunch of stats in the clothing vets, I think. So if I do this, we're beating a second Cerebro. And if I do this, we're beating 5 here, so we're good. Play that for good measure. I think Wave deserves to be nerfed. I've been asking for a Wave nerf since before Marvel Snap released. Yeah, second dinner devs confirmed a Wave nerf is in the pipeline, basically. They didn't say when, we gotta stay tuned. But it's kinda, I'm not gonna lie, Chad, it's kinda hype. Yeah, there's a good chance Wave is not an OTA update and that they're changing her text box. Do you think that patches are coming too frequently now? It's hard to keep up with the meta as a free-to-play player. What patch changed the meta for you as a free-to-play player? Can you articulate? Because, like, the last 2 OTA updates didn't really change a ton. I guess the Enchantress update changed a little bit, but... the Enchantress changed things for the better. I agree with that. Are we already upset about the Sandman, the Orca buff? We're living in an Orca meta hogland. Help me, my children, they're dying. It's really unfortunate. I got Iceman. Let's go Spooderman them here. I don't think I want to land. I think Cosmo and Storm would both be bad hits at this point in time. It seems like power creep is a real thing in this game. How? When you don't just say based on deck stats. Give me a fucking example. What is your example that power creep is a real thing in this game? Yeah, bet. Yes, if anything, they nerfed Shuri and the numbers got smaller and everything, right? Destroyer used to be enough stats to win one lane. There's literally a tier 1 fucking Destroyer deck in the game right now. The Atuma Destroyer deck is very good. It's literally a playable card. I agree, Mao. They've been excellent. You have 2 cards in hand. Always infinite. They're guaranteed to get them both. Literally just played Destroyer in my game as Jeff said that, yep. If anything, the current best deck is literally shows the exact opposite of big numbers creep, right? Like, the best deck is currently the best deck because it's playing a bunch of 5, 6, 7, and 8 power cards that don't die to fucking Shang-Chi. The overall numbers are definitely... How are they higher than before? Again, give me fucking examples. Stop just saying I'm wrong and give me pointed, specific fucking examples.
Wind, aid my hand.
They could be Sandman playing Doctor Doom here and I could be dead.
Escaped.
You know what cards are going to Series 3 decks? Yep, I cover that in my my updated tier list videos every week. Beardy Blue, your thing happened less than 1 minute ago. I promise I check notifications every couple of minutes. Thanks for the half a year.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
That's the thing that makes Galactus most similar to Leader. The fact that Galactus loses me games that he's not played in is so rough. It's like, well, I lost this game despite the fact that Galactus wasn't even here.
Wind, aid my hand.
I heard an interesting viewpoint from a Snap player Richard from MTG Goldfish said he stopped playing because as a casual player, his experience of seeing cards rebalance all the time was annoyed from him. I don't think a Magic the Gathering player is a good measuring stick for the average player because Magic the Gathering players are fucking card game boomers that hate change. And I think if you're using them as your measuring stick of are these changes reasonable and good, they're not reasonable people to. Yeah, Magic players hate fucking balance changes. Every time Magic would make any type of change that changed the game for a better, just like 1,000 people would cry out. I will say that what's the word I'm searching for? There is definitely a chance that if they change things too often and push the format too frequently, it could run the risk of burning out some more casual players. That being said, take a look at the weekly updates that happened last week, right? Like, the weekly updates that happened last week gave us some okay things to talk about, but they didn't really impact the actual played things, right? Like, if we go back and look at all of the OTA updates that have happened for the last month, there's like, what? 2 changes that actually impacted competitive play? Yeah, Enchantress was one. What were the other OTAs that actually impacted competitive play? I don't think the Lizard change actually meaningfully impacted competitive play. I didn't cut Lizard from any deck that was playing Lizard because they changed him. Sandman and Enchantress. Are those it? I think that's it, right? Also, I'd bet good money that a Magic the Gathering player complaining changes were happening too frequently, they were probably a Sandman player, and they were upset that their prison deck got rightfully fucking nerfed. Magic the Gathering players love fucking prison decks. Super toxic shit.
Wind, aid my hand.
This deck feels like it has reasonable tools, Del's Keep. I guess my one thing that I don't know that I'm gonna know from the handful of games I'm playing right now is I don't know, is what this deck doing meaningfully better than the Atuma control deck? Would be the one I would need comparison to. Because, like, Ireland hasn't felt bad here, but I don't know that it's felt exceptionally good either. You explained my reasoning behind storming Ninvalar. Yeah, I didn't want to storm the Zabu location because I already had power here. In general, if you're storming a location that you have nothing at, you want the opponent to also have nothing there, so you have the highest probability to win that location. I'm gonna jug them to try and cut them off of Superflow. That's actually low-key great, because now I could just pull Iron Lad out of the flooding, right? Just like full bail. I think Iron Lad will feel better to play with Tower than Duck Release. I think the range of decks and how you build your deck with Lad will be different when Howard the Duck gets added to the game. Because you, like, can afford to put more blanks in your deck if you have a way to check for blanks before you play him. Anecdotal, the common reason I've heard for casual stopping is the slowing of card acquisition. So, the card acquisition problem for Marvel Snap is an interesting and really hard one. All right, hold on. Let me think here for a second. If I do this here and then Doctor Doom, this is 11, 17. If I do this here and Chavez, this is 15. Both these plays lose to their Doctor Doom, but this is more stats here, so we'll go with this one. So the card acquisition slows, and I'm upset that card acquisition slowed, is a very common complaint you hear from Marvel Snap players. But here's the thing. If someone is going to quit Marvel Snap when they start only getting 12 cards per month, they're also going to quit Marvel Snap when they make it to the end of Series 3 and suddenly there's only 4 new cards per month getting released, right? Like, Snap doesn't want to release hundreds of cards per year like these other games do. It always felt weird to me that other card games released so many bad cards that weren't playable, but seeing how people respond emotionally to getting fewer cards, even if they're more impactful, it suddenly makes sense. Because, like, people get, 100 cards on Magic Arena in a month, and they don't process that, like, they need 4 copies of some of these. A lot of them are bad. You're never gonna play them. They just know that they got 100 things. Whereas, like, in Snap, you get 12 cards, and probably 9 or 10 of them are cards you could actually play games with and not feel embarrassed about it. And I personally prefer Snap's system of giving me less, but giving me more meaningful things. And that's actually this discussion of, okay, new content and new cards. When they do things like buff Orca and buff Collector and buff these other cards like Luke Cage that aren't seeing play, that's kind of like them releasing a new card, right? Hey, Beck, thank you for the 55 months. Yeah, and, like, obviously they miss some of the time, right? That's why I said, like, 9 or 10, not all 12. Like, there's obviously some cards that don't see play. But a lot of people talk about the card acquisition slowing, and they say, well, the solution is just give players cards faster. And the give players cards faster just completely ignores the fact that, okay, what happens when people have everything now?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Please get out my game. Please get out my game. Heidi-ho the cherry-o. Please get out my game. Oh, putting tokens inside the season pass. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I genuinely don't think giving everybody cards faster solves the problem. I think it just kicks the can down the road to when people get Series 3 complete. Yeah, and one of the things Marvel Snap's system does really well is when a new player starts playing Marvel Snap, regardless of if they start playing today or they start playing a year from now, they will eventually catch up and have every card in Marvel Snap. And that is how the system is designed. Whereas in a game like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone, they'll eventually have every pull 3 card. No, you eventually get everything. You won't have every Series 4 and 5 cards simultaneously, but you'll have all of those as they downgrade over time. I'm moving Jeff here in case they Galactus here to try and tie when I snap them back.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh shit, I forgot that I wasn't going to be able to Professor X this turn. It's a mistake on my part.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, if they would have Galactus, I would have gotten it.
Go.
Accurate. Oh, right. I don't get to draw Doctor Doom because we're drawing Chavez. That's fine. We'll go Claw Nebula. This deck is very good into Galactus. Like I said, all these Spider-Man Professor X decks are good into Galactus. When does Series 3 end and Series 4 begin? So the thing to understand about Marvel Snap Series is that unlike Series 1, 2, and 3, which happened sequentially, Series 3, 4, and 5 run parallel to each other. So Series 3 is kind of the everything series where most things eventually end up at. And Series 4 and 5 are new card release mechanisms that make cards more expensive to start. If you're missing Iron Lad, I would recommend checking out the Atuma Destroyer deck from my best decks video. That's the deck I used for my last leg of my Infinite Climb this season.
Escaped.
This deck has a couple of card choices that are like kind of specific to having Iron Lad. So if you're missing him, I would recommend the Atuma Destroyer variation. Drew's Deja Vu, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Watch a ton of cinema. So I don't know that I have like an explicit standout favorite movie. We just shot out like a classic like Fight Club, I suppose. I think Spider-Man's a very reasonable and playable card. Why escape? I don't play district decks or Weird World games once I'm infinite. I don't find them fun. How about Spider-Woman here? If you would like to recommend a card for us to play, I ask that you answer 3 simple questions. Why should we play that card? What problem does it solve? And what should we cut and why is that the cut for it?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I'm leaving here because we're dead. Do you think they should expand the card pool? They should have a permanent Series 4 pool to ease card acquisition. Can you articulate why you think a permanent Series 4 pool eases card acquisition? Because I would think making cards permanently more expensive does the opposite of easing card acquisition. It makes it worse. Why would I want more cards to be permanently more expensive? It's the name of the Atuba Destroyer deck on YouTube. I'm pretty sure it's Atuba Destroyer. Nebula loves Atuba Destroyer Location Lockout Control, published May 3rd. And there's an older one from April 23rd as well. I'll give you a link. This is the, if you're looking for a variation of this deck without Iron Lad, that's the ticket.
Wind, aid my hand.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Think there are any cards that should be downgraded from Series 3 to Series 2? I don't know. Maybe some of the other tech cards they added could maybe stand to be there. Wave, Mystique, maybe. Shadow King, maybe. Can see Shadow King being a fine choice. Is Claw into Doctor Doom enough to win the left? Might be. Gonna hang out. Maybe Zabu. I can see that. I could buy Zabu for $1. I do not think I have enough information on Nebula's power level to suggest whether or not I think she should change. I think we're dead here.
Escaped.
Ooh, I think that's a good take. Spider-Man should be Pool 2 because he's in the tutorial and he's a beloved Marvel character. Cosign.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I think that is a good take. Yeah, feels like we're putting ourselves in a decent spot here. They're also probably a Galactus deck, right? So they're likely trash can just for that reason.
Neighborhood Spider-Man here.
bud. Appreciate you. Spider-Man defeating Dr. Octopus. I'd like everybody to savor the flavor of our left side lane here. Oh, Joss Wald, thank you for the third of the year. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Usually our over-the-air updates happen about 3 hours. Mostly just expecting buffs. We'll probably see a couple of numbers sprinkled into some underplayed cards like we saw last week. Maybe if their numbers are showing the stature deck is doing strong still, they'll take a number off of 1 or 2 cards in there. But I'm not expecting any big format changing stuff. I'm gonna snap them because they're a Galactus player and we have Spider-Man and Professor X. Yes, our series downgrades will happen on Tuesday the 16th.
Wind, aid my hand.
You're saying, Jeff, what cards are going to be downgrading next week? I did updated Series 4 and 5 tier list at the start of every month. And I always post in there which cards you can expect to see downgrading.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Such incredibly interesting and stimulating gameplay. I will say, as someone who fucking despises Galactus, playing these Professor X Spider-Man decks is therapeutic against them. So this is how I feel on the other side when I'm playing against them with my fun decks. The person that just said 3 times in a row, holy shit, this is actually our 4th pairing in a row against them. They need to revert infinite versus infinite only matchmaking. I think we just need global matchmaking to be a bigger priority, is what actually needs to happen.
Wind, aid my hand.
You have an idea when unreleased variants come out? They add variants like every patch, sometimes even on the in-between, but there's no set schedule, which is sad. There's a bunch of data mine variants that I would really like that just aren't out yet.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
How many collector's tokens do you earn each month without spending money? You get approximately 5,000 to 8,000 depending on where you're spending your gold. You get like 5,000-ish from the collection track. And then how your gold is used on bundles and stuff past that will make it vary of some. I think it's just like claw into Chavez, right? But how much gold do you get in a month? Free-to-play players get approximately 1,900 gold, and then season pass enjoyers get an extra 900 on top of that. Oh, we should Lad plus Jeff instead of Chavez to dodge Shang-Chi. Good call out. We could also theoretically hit Dr. Doom to add more tiebreaker points to the board. Yeah, we'll take a deep breath rather than queuing into this person for the 5th time in a row. Thanks everybody for hanging out this morning. Great to see almost 2,000 people here for some Marvel Snap-a-Lappin'. If you're new to the channel, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch, as well as posting daily Marvel Snap videos over on the YouTube side. You can find me live here at twitch.tv/Jeff Hoagland, Monday through Friday from about 9 a.m. Central till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central. It's currently about 10 a.m. Central for those that aren't great at time zones. We usually try and play a lot of different decks here on stream. I change decks every 60 to 90 minutes typically, so I always get a lot of variety in what I play. The best of those decks get plugged over on the YouTube channel. There's a 15 to 20 minute highlight posted there every single day, highlighting the best and most amusing decks that we play on stream. I try to do a good mix of highlighted only decks that I feel are competitive, but also decks that are just wacky and fun, like the Cerebro 6 Hella Discard Destroy deck from this morning. Let's see if we can find an opponent that's not the same Galactus player. Some people have been saying Luke Cage got buffed because of High Evolutionary. I mean, that's definitely the case. Will it be a good tech card when High Evolutionary releases? I don't know. Depends on how good High Evolutionary is. If I could design a card, do you have any thoughts on what you would make? I would make it a 0 energy, 0 power card that when you play it, it deletes Galactus out of every collection in Marvel Snap and refunds those players 6,000 tokens. I think it would be a fast fan favorite. When's the Quicksilver video going up? Tomorrow morning we'll have the Quicksilver highlight up. Got him. I think I'm just jugging. Definitely snapping. Is Jeff worth 6,000 tokens if you only have Thanos from pull 5? It is hard for me to recommend you buy any not permanent Series 5 card over a permanent Series 5 card you want. That being said, if you don't want High Evolutionary and you don't want Galactus and you don't want Kang, I think Jeff is currently the best non-permanent Series 5 card. He's very good and he's super playable. You will put him in a lot of decks and get a lot of playtime with him.
Wind, aid my hand.
We can build the TVA, the TVA, the TVA. We can build the TVA, do 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 do. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Oh no, they played left. I wasn't expecting them to play left, chat. Rip. This means my Jeff can't beat their Jeff. GG.
Escaped.
If you do not have Iron Lead, in fact, we've been playing this deck for a little bit, so let's switch off to the other people I'm talking about. If you don't have Iron Lead, I would not recommend playing the previous deck that we were playing. Honestly, did I delete it? Where's my Destroyer control deck? Thanos 2, there it is. This deck is the one I did for my final little bit of climb to infinite. I think this deck is super solid. You can show a couple of games with this one, but I like this build a lot if you're looking for a control deck that doesn't play lead. Yeah, definitely, Duck. You wanna send a submission over? I'd be happy to get to it. You can start it after this game. Their Jeff could also move, Saifu. There isn't a great replacement for Jeff in this deck or any other deck that plays Jeff. Jeff is a pretty unique and powerful effect. Missing Jeff from this deck makes your Storms and Professor X's a lot worse. Hold myself from the mid-30s to the low 80s almost exclusively with this deck. Nice. I'm a little bit sick of it. Yeah, I honestly can't blame you. Playing a deck for 50 ranks is a lot. Hey, Goobs, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Yeah, and like now, we get to go Notuma into the Warrior Falls, into Professor X the Warrior Falls to lock it up. And then we're super far ahead in the miniaturized lab thanks to Nebulan Armor. Well, we get a Jeff variant, hopefully before I die. I'm gonna be really sad if Jeff turns into another Angel and I just don't get one for 7 months. Yeah, so this deck is what I would refer to as a location lock control deck, as opposed to like the Sarah decks being disruptive / tech card control decks. I honestly really don't think of those Sarah decks as really controlling, so much as I think of them more as like disruptive style decks. If that makes sense. And maybe that's a weird distinction, but in my brain, this is more of a Marvel Snap control deck than the other one. Yeah, we were talking about this in my Discord yesterday. I'm honestly shocked that the variant shop went as long as it did without a revamp. They're leaving so much money on the ground. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Duck. I got you. Ready to bowl. I do enjoy me some Craven. Oh, that a good draw? I was watching Super Tech God yesterday. His collection is insane, literally. Yeah, he's one of the at least 2 people we know that has said publicly they have every variant in the game. And for the record, the price tag of getting every variant of the game is around 20,000, I believe. It's not cheap. Alright, my 5,000 to have some shiny things and be collection complete is, very small in comparison. Hey! Pen Inc., thank you for the brand new tier 1. I really appreciate the support. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. All right, I'm gonna load up what you sent me, Duck, and we'll think on it from there. Yes, the Angela variant on the light bridge is superb. Agree. Please don't get an inked Kingpin on stream. I don't have many Kingpin boosters. Like I only have 2 splits on him. Keep forgetting I need to go through and upgrade all these new variants we got. Yeah, I think this is one of Dan Hip's best pieces of art in the game. It's really good. Hey, Zaffa, thanks for the over 4 years. Good morning and welcome back. Yeah, so the basic idea here is turn 6, we can Kingpin plus Jug at the same turn to catch people with Kingpin, or we can set up a slightly more convoluted Kingpin into Spooderman to lock them out and then like drag them over there with Arrow or kick them in with Stegron or Polaris. Let's give it a go. Who's the highest collection level currently? There's definitely people that are higher than me. Hey, Jared, thanks for the 5 months. Anything with Professor X in it? We actually just finished playing a Professor X Spider-Man deck that definitely has very good matchups into those types of things. I think the Tuba control deck is also very good there. Storm, Spider-Man, Professor X are the 3 big hitters for beating up Galactus. The max was 22k-ish. Has that changed? It has changed, yes. The OTA last week happened just before the afternoon rollover. Craven here. And then we'll take the coin flip on the Morbius, I think, on the Polaris. This might seem crazy, call me maybe, but I think they're going to play into here. So what if I kick them out of here so we win this, and then we just spider left? You can arrow mid, spider right. Yeah, that probably works too. There's a little bit more total power on board. One of the things that's noteworthy about Kingpin is Kingpin doesn't actually blow up cards that frequently. But what Kingpin does do is he helps dictate where your opponent feels obligated to play their cards, especially on turn 6, for fear of them getting destroyed. Yeah, it's a location control thing. What should you spend your gold on? It depends on what your goal is. So if you are not Series 3 complete and you want to get Series 3 complete faster, you should typically be spending your gold on things that give you credits. If your goal is to get tokens faster, you should buy the highest token value bundles, which I have a breakdown of here. I think I'm supposed to pass because I just want to save the jug. I could also be right to play the jug to maintain priority. I'm gonna do that. Could be Galactus, but could also be Destroyer. Got him. Where do they have Goblin left? I don't know. I didn't snap them there because the Hobgoblin could have easily been Destroyer. For those that are new here, we don't play District X games once I'm infinite on this channel. Is there a collector's token limit? There's not. Whatever the integer limit is. I always forget Prime subs don't auto-renew. Well, you've got that streak going on. So thanks for the third of year, Lazy Gamer. Appreciate you popping over to drop that off here. Yeah, listening to the community feedback on the Unite patch has been something. Some wild choices in there. Hey, Quidode, thanks for taking the time to drop your Prime off again too. Appreciate the quarter of a year. Whoo! Oh, Steggy boy. Oh, Steggy boy. How many YouTube channels do I have? Technically 3. But I don't post content on the Pokemon Unite channel in some time. Or haven't posted in some time. This could be a Spider-Man. Oh, yeah, that's true, Mr. Salmonella. I missed putting their Angel into the Super Flow with Estrid M. Good shout. You know the reasoning behind Bishop not being ongoing? Yeah, because he's a triggered ability, not an ongoing ability. Because that was the wrong Spider-Man. Oh, yeah, this probably is Mr. Negative, isn't it?
Opponent snapped.
I think the current metagame proves that Leech isn't necessary for balancing the game. That's probably a good take. I think I like that. Oh gosh, chat! In the fucking ground! Murder them! Oh yeah! That's the good stuff right there. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Ha! Got him!
Victory.
Ooh! This is a really fun interaction. If you bast Mysterio and then have Luke Cage, the original Mysterio is 4 and the clones were still 3. I've never played those 3 cards together before, but that's I don't know if I'll use that anywhere, but that's what I'm gonna tuck that away. I'm gonna tuck that away for later. There's something to do with that. I don't know what, but I'm gonna cook on it for a little bit. Maybe we'll come back at it with something down the line. Or Infinity Interaction Marvel Stamp. Yeah, I really need to sit down and put together another one of those videos. I have a giant keep note full of interactions like that I could do a second one for, and I just haven't had time to actually sit and put it together. And editing content is really just something I don't enjoy, so it's hard for me to make myself do it. We'll take that. We'll take that. Ooh. Have you thought of hiring an editor before? So the problem is an editor doesn't actually really save me time. I don't spend a lot of time actually editing. Just like sitting there and having to like figure out how to make things condensed and tight in a way that translates well on YouTube is hard and time consuming. I think it's this, yeah, so we can go arrow into these two next turn. I'm trying to think of how they win this game, because they haven't blown up that much stuff, so even null's not that large. Alright, well, one of their things is not long for this world. What was the other card, chat? We'll never know. We'll never know. It was probably Killmonger, right? It was probably Killmonger. Alright, chat. I'm opening the notepad to start taking notes to record a full highlight. We've had two good Kingpin games, so it would be a damn shame to not post the two good Kingpin games. Stegron viable. I think Stegron is a very reasonable, solid card. It is nowhere near good enough that I would recommend anybody spend 6,000 tokens on it, unless you're a massive whale like myself. But I think Stegron's gonna be a lot like Stature. When it hits Series 4, you're gonna see a lot of copies of it. People are gonna have access to it when it doesn't cost them an arm and a leg anymore, and it like has enough utility and a unique enough effect that it's very playable. Also, can we appreciate the fucking eyes glowing on this thing in the animated split? So good. I don't know that it's fair to say Stegron is underrated so much as like it's appropriate. I think Stegron's probably pretty appropriately rated, if I'm being honest. Like, I think this is like a pretty great power level new card release. It's like there's something to do with this, but it's not cracked in half. You don't have to have it, but if you do have it, you're happy about it. Damn it! Wait. Now that's funny right there. What's in my deck? Craven, Nebula, and Jeff. Lance got some solid hits. Will Spider-Man the Kingpin lane here on the left? Yeah, Grand Central could be tough for us. We'll see. Ugh. All right, Stegron. Do your thing, bud. 25% of the time, it works every time. You can do it, buddy. I believe. What's going on, Blue Blot? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Marvel Stat. Oh, that probably doesn't do it. Or does it? Wait, were they dying regardless? I think they were dead regardless, right? This is only +3 here. Dr. Doom is an ambitious play there. Hey, Bob Zapper. Thanks for the over 1.5 years. Welcome back. Stegron into Bar Sinister on the last turn should be a treat. What if I Craven into Kingpin in the Danger Room? So my mama didn't raise no coward. She should have raised a coward, chat. She should have raised a coward. Everything went horribly wrong. Oof. Oof. Patriot? Gaming. I guess? Lad should show the part card he pulls the animation. Yeah, that's a bug. So there's a comment from Second Dinner saying that the animation's supposed to be the same for both players. But it is. It is currently not the case. Okay, then what is this? This could cost up to 3. Yikes! Well, there was room to break one of them. The broods, wait, this works exactly how I want it to work, right? Oh! Oh, man. Holy crap. I thought we lost. And then I was like, wait a minute. The old fast forward on the Stegron Kingpin triggers. Now that's gaming right there. Ooh, that splits Craven. I think that might only be my 3rd Craven split, though. Yeah, it'd only be my 3rd Craven split. I only split cards these days if I have a chance to get an Inked or a Gold, so we won't come at this until we have another 155 boosters on it. How many inks do I have? A couple. There's some random variants in here because I haven't upgraded them all yet, but there's a lot of inks. A few dozen. Part of the reason why I always put these to green too is so that way my inks aren't interrupted by random variants. What would you replace Stegron in this deck if you didn't have him? I don't know. So like in other Stegron decks I've played, I've told people to sub Jug, but you're like already playing that card here. Yeah, like maybe Magneto is fine. What deck do you recommend for leveling up? This video here has the best decks in the format in my opinion right now. Heyo! Out! Is locking them out for a turn even good? I kind of want to just, like, jug them again. Maybe we just Stegron them? Like with Sarah, they're gonna like have their big turn on 6 anyways. I think we just play Arrow for stats.
All systems go.
The problem is they're just gonna play so many cards. Yeah, if I do this, and just hope 20 holds here, we get to kill one of these two, potentially. I think this is our best shot to win. Just, like, kick you out, grab one of your existing ones. We're hoping to grab Angela here. Unfortunate. So one drop then? Alright, lose the breaker by a little bit. Unfortunate. No, we're good. I miscounted. Nice.
Victory.
Close. Real close. We'd have lost. They sequenced wrong, right? Yeah, if they this should have happened before the Killmonger, right? We also would have won if we would have grabbed the 50-50 on the Angela. So we lost the 50-50 to grab this. Jug changed the order. No, Jug doesn't change the order. Jug just changes where the cards are. They still flip up in the order you played them. No, Jug doesn't change the orders, they flip up. We moved the Nova, right? This was already here. The Nova was the card that we moved. We moved Nova to the left, and then we pulled a Sentinel to the right. This was already here. This is where they played this. Yeah, they made a mistake that could have let them win, but if we won the coin flip, we beat them playing properly still. I'm so excited for Kitty Pride next week. Howard the Duck is whatever. Kitty Pride's the real card releasing next week. Try and lock up the lab here, and then win Dream Dimension next turn. We get it, Miles. You cost one, right?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh, I suppose this could be a... I suppose they could be an Ultron gamer here, right? Kingpin. So, even without Kingpin, Arrow beats Ultron, right? We arrow left, and then Ultron puts, what, a 5-power thing into each of these, and we win? Jeff is more useful than King, definitely. I think playing Juggernaut into... I think playing Kingpin into a Stormblade sounds cute when it works, but we don't have a good way to get extra power into a lane like that, which makes it challenging. Yeah, this is Carrot. We've played them almost every day this week. Their deck is sick. We do this to try and lock up Mojo World this turn. Ironland's gonna hit Juggernaut, I believe. I think I'll take the 33%er for some content there. Chat, if I arrow Mojo World, we're behind by 1 on the left, and I lose the game. Subtract 10. You did Jug. Iron landed. The Jug was the play to win line. Math is for nerds, not cool people like me. That's cheating. Order. Please have it on reveal. Please have it on reveal. Please have it on reveal. Got him. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? I think it's Miles mid, stake round left. Man, we batted them around like a ping pong ball. Stegron is out for blood today. It's the Dan Hip variant, shit. Really puts him into overdrive. Did any of their cards end up where they were played? The Electra did, and the Cosmo did. Oh, the Electra did get moved. You're right. Yeah. Just the Cosmo? Just the Cosmo. Donays for squids. Thanks for coming back for the 7th month. Appreciate it.
Face the might of Asgard.
Is it Conquest mode getting rolled out next week? No, that's the June patch is my understanding. Okay. Iron Lad into Spider-Man means you get to Spider-Man. The classic Jubilee hood deck here from our opponent. Tried and true.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Spider-Man 29 should make move decks spicy next month. Completely agree. Looking forward to it.
Mjolnir, to me.
I am glad we kicked the Thor out.
Victory.
I am glad we kicked the Thor out. If we hadn't kicked the Thor out, we would have been 20-20 in the middle. We would have won the breaker by a little bit, right? We'd have been okay. We'd have been 20-20 in the middle, and they would have been 3-0, and we would have been 22-13. What are our untapped stats with this deck? Our statistically insignificant sample size says... Hold on, it's spinning. Holy fuck. We're 10-2 apparently. This is the deck they were talking about when they said Iron Lad was cracked, right? This is the one. We're up 20 cubes. I'll give that one the old tweeter. Mix a little Marvel snap into my politics Twitter on occasion. I think tomorrow's gonna be the Quicksilver deck highlight on the YouTube channel, so this one will probably have to wait till Saturday. Jeremy, thank you for the quarter of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh yeah, for those of you that weren't here, we broke Quicksilver yesterday. So, if you missed that, watch for it on YouTube tomorrow. Oh my gosh, that's a Nebula in a Plunder Castle. That's a Nebula in a Plunder Castle, chat. Delicious. They're probably Galactus. I mean, this board is good for us if they're Galactus. Do we just pass? It might just be pass, honestly. You know you want to slap that Destroyer. I do kind of want to slap the Destroyer, right? You're not wrong. Ooh, are they Spectrum Destroyer, actually? That's what it looks like. This is gonna be big enough to beat the Destroyer. Yeah, I'm gonna smack the Destroyer. This is getting +6. Jug left? Really? They have priority. Yeah, if we get Professor X, I really don't have the means to play around Professor here. Anybody who wants Miles Morales nerfed is a completely unreasonable individual, in my opinion, that you should not give the time of day to having a discussion with. Like, Miles Morales is an incredibly fair card. I think you could maybe argue Stature could take one hit. I think Stature being a slightly more reasonable at -1 stat line is probably a fine take. Breaker, breaker, give me the news. I've got Nebula, so I don't need you. Sick game again. This deck has produced some excellent games of Marvel Snap. Finally hit Hood around CL 3000 and immediately built some Hoagland specials, including Bounce. Bounce is a ton of fun. You should play some of that today. I keep jamming on this one for a little bit, but we'll eventually slide over to some other things. About 2 hours till we get OTAs. The deck should be good against Galactus since it's all disruption, right? Yeah, you've got a lot of good tools for Galactus. You've got Jug, Polaris, Spider-Man, Stegron, and Arrow, and then Iron Lad even helps you find some of those cards faster. Oh, we've not done Nimrod plus Iron Lad. At some point, we'll get to that, I promise. By Spider-Man here, I can play 2/3 drops next turn.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I believe Kingpin in Dark Dimension only works if we pull things into it with something in the Dark Dimension. So we would need to go like Kingpin into Arrow behind him, which might be possible. Here, Borb. Step into my office, will you? Watch this be hella. Classic hella apocalypse gamers. Sometimes they want it more than you. Nerf hella. Alright, could have been worse. They missed Zabu at least. Miles would have been an optimal card for them to hit since you don't care about cost reductions.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Wind, aid my hand.
All right, do they have a Juggernaut as well? Staggerod is fun. It is an incredibly fun card. Does Luke bounce Jeff? Luke bounce Jeff if you play Luke or Jeff directly into Luke's bar. However, we can play Jeff somewhere else. And then move him over. Jeff is out here stealing yo girl, chat. He's coming for her. He's coming for her.
Victory.
Oh, I could have stagged the Quinjet. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I should have stagged the right. Why did they stay in? Because they're in infinite, chat. The cubes are made up and the ranks don't matter. Ooh, that's actually the better play. Yeah, I should have gone Jeff into Spider-Man right to stop them from Doctor Dooming. Is what should have happened on that last turn. Yes, that's the call out. Like to try and hit you into the Superflow. This will be insane once the June cards drop. Which cards explicitly combo from June in this deck, though? The June cards are... The June cards are mostly moving your own stuff, right? This is like a move your opponent's stuff deck. Not a move our own. Yeah, Silk's not ideal in here. She's like okay with Craven, but other than that, not great. So they're a Shang-Chi Killmonger deck. the Warlock didn't trigger the turn he flipped out of Expansion because these both happen. This happens after turn 3. This happens at the end of turn 3. So the turn ends, this would have happened, and then afterwards Expansion flips. So this happens after Warlock would have gone off.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Take your 1 cube, Boomer. I said a boom, cuber boom. You're mostly just supposed to pretend like the danger room doesn't exist. And they know we're drawing Spider-Man. So the snap is a little heads up. Iron Lad lets them know what's going on. Probably a Sandman deck.
Clear for takeoff.
Bounce Destroy. We did a Deadpool deck at one point. That was fine. I think we just jug the middle. I should have stopped and counted the Doctor Doom, but whatever.
This land is always changing.
Sad that Weird World flipped up when we queued into Galactus. Deck is so many. This is a serial Galactus enjoyer. Would Miles have been better? Yeah, that's true. Miles beat Doctor Doom there. Here, bud, step into my office. Can confidently say where the real Mysterio is here, at least. We just throw Nebula into Vorbeer.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. Victory.
I think this is Dan Hip's best piece art in the game so far. It's real good. The eyes glowing on the animation really sell the piece to me. Just like superb piece artwork. Well, Ironland's been downgraded to the Thing.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever.
Escaped.
This deck was a hoot and a half. I think I'm ready to slide along to something else, though. Looks like we finished 13-7 across 20 games. Small sample, so not really statistically significant, but statistically a lot of fun. Look at all of our Jeff boosters, chat, just waiting for a variant. Waiting for a variant. Oh yeah, that's true. A couple of those lost in there were me retreating to Weird Worlds. Alright, what are we doing next? If any subs have a viewer deck they'd like to submit, this one was actually a viewer deck submission. Shout out to Duck Doolittle for that. Any subs can submit a deck to be played for a 10 USD donation at the link there or with 1,000 bits in chat. So let's grab a game with Bounce in the meantime. Morning, Kamikaze. Happy Thursday. Shout out to the real MVPs of Twitch chat, like Kamikaze there. 2-month sub, first time chatter. Lurkers rise up. What do you think counters the Stature Miles decks? I think decks like this one actually are pretty good at the Stature Miles decks. Ones where you could have a big swing on the last turn. Hitmonkey, She-Hulk decks I think are pretty reasonable into it. Especially ones where you could throw priority going into the last turn. Ander Moander, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield.
Wind, aid my hand.
I just play Darkhawk? Darkhawk probably wins the middle, right? Why, pumpkins? Thank you for the 28 months. Appreciate it. Hey, Critical Buzz, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome back, cool APC. Are there any inks that look good upgraded above the white border? I actually think the infinite border looks pretty solid on a lot of inked cards. But I just don't really have the resources to upgrade my stuff further. I think we're just doing this, and then we're playing Chavez left on the last turn.
Victory.
The discard deck is like exceptionally bad into Subterranea. And like obviously Subterranea was good for us too because we're a Hawk deck, but their deck has so many moving pieces that they need to line up correctly. They have a really, really hard time playing through disruption like that. Yeah, Sif discarding a rock is not what they're looking for, to say the least. Casual 8 power bass, no big deal. Such a great beast play. Yeah, I think this is one of the best splits you can get in the game. Inked finish, white Kirby Crackle. I think the white, the black, and the rainbow crackles look the best on the inked cards, in my opinion. So speaking of, this is Ed, inked with the rainbow crackle. Looking good. Looking good. I think I'm actually not playing more things into the Gamma Lab because they have Reality Stone and likely Shang-Chi in their deck, so I don't really want to overcommit into the Hulks if I can avoid it.
This land can never be fully known.
Yeah, this game's far enough that we'll play out the weird world with only a couple turns left. Ooh, that's not bad. No reason to rock here because it puts a rock into our deck. The deck we're drawing from, I should say. And then next turn we have Hawk, Korg, plus Demon to play out. I'm playing Goose on the right, so they can't Shang-Chi my Angela. Maybe I'm supposed to do that middle to stop them from doing the Hulks. Ahead by more on the right. Thanks, famous last words. Alright, I'm gonna play for all three here? This Hawk has 21 power. We want a Korg so they could draw rock. I'm drawing from their deck. Korging hurts us. And it's 0 energy, so we have room to play it on the last turn. We're adding 8 on the right, we're adding 21 on the left, we're adding 5 in the center. So a pretty good shot to win 2 of these 3 here. We're gonna win all 3. Looks like it. Hey, Max the Warden. Thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate you helping us out towards our sub goal. I don't think I've mentioned the sub goal today. I've got it in the title, but for people that weren't here earlier in the week, my loose goal for income off of Twitch is to maintain around 2,500 concurrent subscribers. So if we can maintain that number through the end of the month, we will continue to do the ad-free viewing on the channel, sans the pre-rolls that I can't disable. But my current plans is if the sub count continues to slip a little bit, I'm going to probably sign back up for 3 minutes per hour for June to offset some of the subs being down. And obviously people who are subbed won't see ads regardless. It'll still be just like I did previously, but that's my loose plan for the sub goal. Yeah, I make a small amount of money from pre-roll ads. So Twitch doesn't take all of it. Ray Slulo, thank you for the brand new Prime. And Tishori, thank you for the 3rd of a year. How many turns in a row are we Black Widowing them? Yes. Nidvaler makes it slightly worse, because it gives them free 5 power things, but it is what it is. Eric DM, thank you for the 3rd of a year. And Substantial, that's super generous. Thank you for the 10 sub gifts. Well, I definitely need to Black Widow them this turn because I want to make sure they don't draw from Asgard. Next turn, we're probably... Man, it's close. I'm committed to this line for a little bit at this point. This actually makes their Iron Lad bigger because it's a collector. I like Cheez-Its. Thank you for the 2 years. And Hop Daddy. The big Logwood's coming in. Thank you for the over 3. Appreciate the 38 months. We're snapping. We cut them off a bunch of draws, but the Widow's Bites being 5 power here for them. Just so rough. Yeah, I think we're supposed to leave here, actually.
Escape.
I think have some crap holds up nowadays. It didn't feel great the last time that I played it. We can Mysterio Monkey the Luke Spar, maybe? This is a fantastic Falcon variant. Got Iceman here. Nice. Falcon is great. Our hand's good. I'm gonna step back. Yeah, that's true. In a way, the Thanos control deck is a half subcrep deck. That's a good take. Another 1-drop would be our best draw here with Tinkerer's Workshop. Hit Monkey, that also works, I suppose. Yeah. Do I set myself up for Chavez on the last turn? Is what I'm sitting here trying to think about. I think this is a Chavez on the last turn angle. And I think I'm setting these up to be huge here. This is going to go to 16 and then 32. Yeah, maybe I don't want to fight over here, actually. Actually, the way this is, I think I'm actually moving Angela here. I think I'm doing this, so that I'm playing Chavez left. I think their really big torch is likely to end up here, although I guess they could choose not to Heimdall. Okay, and I think the position we've now ended up in, I kind of need to play for every location. They also might just not have Heimdall. Because, you know, like rocks and we cut them off a draw, there's 5 cards in their deck. If I play Chavez here, and they Heimdall here or here, we lose the left. If they Heimdall here, these two move, and then they're at 17 plus 7. Depends on where they Heimdall. If they Heimdall left, they'll only move these two. We lose here and here with Chavez in the middle. If they Heimdall right, they end up with 21 in the middle, do they? Yeah, I think you're right. It's 13. Yeah, I actually think we're dead regardless. I also just might not have it. They could also just have a Chavez of their own and be Chavezing here. A lot of times these decks play Chavez. Yeah, I think we're supposed to leave, actually.
Escaped.
Yeah, we just lose to any big thing in the Tinkerer's Workshop. Now, not only do we lose to Heimdall in some places, but They can't. Why can't they have Chavez? Oh, because of Widow's Bite. Yeah, you're right. Oh, these fucking squirrels, chat. If I do this, all 5 of these come back to my hand, which I think is good. And then next turn we could go Widow, Korg, Hood, plus some squirrels, and then Darkhawk and others the last turn.
Wind, aid my hand.
Escaped.
Sometimes that's just how it be. All right, bounce. I'm not feeling the bounce deck. We haven't played much of this since they buffed Collector, and I got an Inked Lady Sif we haven't really played games with yet, so let's do that. Oh, we're playing against Carrot, chat. We get to have a discard off. Exciting. His morb is fancier than our morb, but that's true. No, this is... Thank you. What's up?
You want anything else?
Love you. Alright, chat. We just need to draw Modok next turn. Kang is a redraw for Modok. Swarm. Womp womp. Womp womp.
Escaped.
All the payoffs out of the discard. Why does Kang draw with Wong? Kang doesn't draw with Wong. Kang redraws if you play him the same turn you draw him. Or if you play him when your hand was full. Is there no OTA update today? If only there was a title to my stream you could read. They took our Wong. Why is Kang in this deck? Kang is in this deck for two reasons. The first is Kang lets you check after you play Wong if your opponent is about to fuck with your Wong, so you can play around it. Two, Kang helps you draw your top end cards more consistently at the end of the game. Because as you draw Kang on turn 5 or turn 6, he gives you a redraw. If they play their 12 power, their 9 power thing here, they go to 22. So it's speed to 22. A little bit of a coin flip here, but we'll stay for it, I guess. This is Chavez. We win. If it's not, we lose. Is Dracula not good in this? But I think Dracula is awkward with Helicarrier. And Helicarrier really makes the collector hum, so I like Helicarrier. I played against someone with the username Jeff Boo Hoogland yesterday. Honestly, seeing things like that make me feel a lot more secure in doing this contract job as a job. Because it lets me know that I have a rent-free place to go live should I ever find myself on hard times and out of my home. Cody, thank you for the sub gifty. I appreciate it. GG's in the discard, Mere Carrots. Am I supposed to play swarms out for the sake of not putting them into Grand Central? Maybe? Like, you know that Thanos meme? The "you took everything from me, I don't even know who you are"? That's basically how it works out with the people that have the Jeff Boo Hoogland username. Just not a fucking clue. They saw me on their TV, I said something they found unpleasant, and their entire personality now is being angry, apparently.
Systems go. Oh, snap.
All right, show me your tech cards. person that said, I learned yesterday on Twitter you have a lot of haters, but I don't understand as someone who's been watching since October. I am very blunt, I am very loud, and I swear very casually. And I also jettison fascists on sight. You mix all three of those things together and there's plenty of people that aren't happy with the way I run my stuff. I guess we're just pitching the rack. Ooh, this deck's absolute best draws are the Morbius into Mystique draws. They're delicious. To be fair, Cody, I think getting the details is correct. My average viewer count for the last month or so is only about 18 or 1900. So, we peak up around 3 and sometimes poke into 4, but that is definitely not the average case scenario. I went to KM's chat and someone was complaining about your politics and KM goes, you're in the wrong chat for that. I'm further left than Jeff. Yep. That's one of the reasons why I watch KM periodically. He's great. You're not following him? You can do so by clicking the button there. Be honest, I almost feel bad when I gang people. Cause like I'm pretty confident it's optimal in this deck, so I'm playing it, but it doesn't feel good to play. Almost feel bad. Oh yeah, I think we totally Iron Lad for the MODOK here, right? Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. How much percentage of this game do you think is luck versus skill? So there's not really a truly scientific way to break that down. But if I had to estimate it, I'd say it's probably about 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and Galactus is definitely 50% pain. Listen, chat, I know that I don't look a day over 45, but I'm actually only 32. Lincoln Park was my emo jam growing up. For people that are new here, I have 3 children, and every child that you have ages you by a minimum of 5 years. Sometimes it's more than that, but the minimum is 5. So I'm Kanging here for the redraw. Because again, we played Kang the turn we drew him, so we get deeper into our deck. I think this is this, and then we just like Modakerson next turn to pump up the Morbius jam. Hey, thanks for the half a year, Bootman. Appreciate it. Apocalypse would have been our best draw, but this is still pretty solid, right? They could be an Enchantress deck. Or Cosmo for Wongers, but my mama didn't raise no coward. Oh, is that all? Is that all we got? Pump up, the bump up, the wump up, the jam. If you haven't seen this build of discard before, we've been playing it off and on since MODOK came out. It is a ton of fun. It is my favorite discard variation to play. That's one of the many decks you can find highlighted 7 days a week over on the YouTube channel. If you're looking for sweet deck ideas, it's a great place to do that. We occasionally play some of the best decks in the format, but a lot of what we play here is more off the beaten path stuff, looking to brew a little bit. You can definitely play this without Kang. I played Agent Coulson in that slot previously. I think that's fine. Man, a lot of big house to support him. Yeah, I like Agent Coulson in that slot. Something that generates cards. Ideally, we want to hit Apocalypse here. Nice pickup here. So this is something to note. I could Kang here for a scotch of information, but if I look at the cards in my deck, I don't really want to draw into any of them, and nothing I can draw this turn, I really want to play instead of MODOK, right? So there's no reason to redraw with Kang. So I think we just slam it. Well, Kang is the same with Morb, because if I play the Kang the turn I draw him, he redraws. So that's a wash. That changes if you think they have Cosmo. Yeah, if Cosmo is in the output range of the deck you're playing against, that does change. I agree. I think we just do this and play for all three paths, huh? That's a weird stay. They knew the cards we had. All right, chat. OTA update should be at some point in the next hour. We're not doing regular ad breaks, but I need to step away and take a bio break, so I'm going to hit the ad roll to disable pre-rolls for a little bit. I'll see you in approximately 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be streaming until 3 or 4 o'clock today, playing with whatever new toys we get out of the OTAs after we review it. BRB. At 15 seconds to spare. One a.m. here in the Philippines waiting for the OTA update. That's dedication. I don't know that I'm expecting anything too crazy today. Like I said, same as last week, I think the format's in a pretty good spot. Like, I think the biggest potential metagame shakeup we might see is I wouldn't be shocked if they, like, shaved 1 or 2 power off of cards in the what's it called deck. What's going on, Grizzly? Welcome, comrade. You're among friends. I think this is actually just Colleen ditch the Lady Sif, and then we'll tee up Wongbo Doc for 4-5. The what's it called deck? The generic good stuff deck. The Hawk Stature Miles deck. There isn't really a good name for the like generic good stuff. Yes, I saw there were angry people on Twitter, pow bam zap. That we're kicking up a witch hunt. We'll be all right. One of the things that happens, unfortunately, when you're at the top of a game category like this with Snap, is there's a number of other content creators that spread the rumor that the only reason I have viewers here is because I'm botting my Twitch viewer count. And they'd be able to verify that that's not the case if they understood how to use Twitch and the technology, but like, that's how they justify, like, you know, they have a lower viewer count than I do. It's not that they could improve what they're doing, it's that I'm botting. I'm not saying particular names because their goals of saying stuff like that is to, like, be obnoxious and outrageous. They just want people to talk about them and, like, click into their stuff because they're being obnoxious. Like, their goal is to generate rage bait. Someone needs to tell my back and kneecaps that I'm a bot, mood. Eternal mood. Ever play Eternal when it's a thing? Yeah. Once Magic Arena came out, Eternal kind of like lost its appeal because like Eternal was like Magic but digital, and it wasn't enough of its own unique game to really stand out once Magic had no rate digital client. Ooh, this might be a Wong Mystique Gambit game, chat. I passed the Turing test, so I'm fine. I did watch Ben Bro's GDC panel. It was very good, yes. All right, so we're hoping for Modakerson. But worst case, Gambit lets us still do some stuff. You'd be surprised how many humans in Twitch chat couldn't pass a Turing test. That's true, you know. Gambit is funnier, also accurate. All right, chat, I don't think this is optimal, but for the sake of making content on twitch.tv, I'm gonna mystique the Wong rather than mystiquing the Morbius. Become as gods. There's a playthrough of me. God, I'm blanking on that game's name now. What is it? What is it called? Someone help me out. It's so good. Nier Automata. Yeah, if you look on my Jeff Hoagland channel on YouTube, there is a Nier Automata playthrough up there. All right, King first to check for Cosmo. Cosmo's not really in the output range of their deck. And honestly, with them dock-gocking, I think I'm gonna play both of these here. Not the Morbius I wanted for Christmas. If I do this, I discard twice. These go up 8, which is still not enough, so I think we're dead. Rip. Jeff, I've heard you talk about doing scouting. My son is pursuing Eagle. I don't have any history in that area. Tips or things to help him along the way. The number one thing I think a parent can do for that is just like, make sure they're staying on top of the paperwork style stuff. Because there's things that can be missed in there, is my understanding. I actually never obtained Eagle growing up when I did scouting. What's the words I'm searching for? I started undergrad at 16, and that kind of pushed scouting and other things to the back burner for me. Oh my god, I think it was a Star Scout, if I recall. Helicarrier is not amazing, but hitting Apocalypse would be great. Hey, thanks for the biddies, RJB. Ooh! That's a piece of candy when Helicarrier drops off the good lads. I think most really large organizations, Jesus Fish, have shitty things and shitty people in them, and a lot of the scouting program has to do with how the packs and troops are run at the local level is what the kids actually experience. Also, the shitty things that have happened in scouting's past has resulted in the organization implementing extra safeguards and things of that nature and rules and youth protection and things like that that aren't present in other orgs. And Leech doesn't really matter here. The Leech change is actually a big improvement to our archetype, because this deck doesn't mind getting Leech at the start of turn 6 since our big play is on 5. The Destroyer deck is kind of hard to play. Yeah, I agree with that. Control decks in general depend on metagame knowledge for sure. Turn 3 Wongers is lovely. Damn it, Bobby.
Aid my hand.
So we really want to draw Swarm this turn so we get some value off of Wong. Steak. Oh, okay, sure. That's fine. That's a save at least. That'll do pig. Now we don't want to draw Swarm because we want the hand we're passing to our opponent to be empty. Let's snap of someone that's about to Cosmo me. Oh my god, I locked in already. Fuck, I should have played Kang. Ugh. I should have played Kang. Wait, what? Deal. Got me. No, we're not giving them shit. We discard twice. Did they forget Mindscape was there too? Yeah, I'm familiar with that one with Magus. It's definitely not a game for me. Yeah, I think they forgot Mindscape was coming. Is Blue Marvel Iceman better so they can move Jeff? Yeah, I guess that's fair. This is more points here. It's a good take. $60 Nebula boosters. Money in the bank, chat. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're just Morbiusing.
This land is always
Do you have any insight how they're revamping the variant shop? No, they actually haven't told us anything in regards to that. It's a little annoying. Speaking of a little annoying. Rip. Oh, wait, I could go Colleen, Bin the Swarm, then this, right? Yeah, okay. This is fine. Our hand's good enough that I'm going to play the Weird World game because our deck can still function through the Weird World. Here's any other playables with interesting MODOK decks. Yeah, so this is my preferred build of MODOK, but there's a Dracula build that's definitely more popular than this one, but I could just never make it work, so I don't play it. Every time I try and make it work, it just doesn't. A lot of the answers to how do you sequence in spot like that, Pain Flare, really depend on the context of, like, what else is going on. Do you want to replace Kang in this deck? I would play Agent Coulson. Kang and Gambit are the two cards you can replace in this deck. Gambit is replaceable with Moon Knight, and Kang is replaceable with Agent Coulson, or your favorite other, like, 3 or 4 drop. Agent Coulson or White Queen for King. Is Hell Cow better than Moon Knight? So, being able to play Gambit for 3 has a lot of value. One of the reasons why Gambit is nice in this deck is, in the games where you don't have MODOK, you'll set up, like, Wong into Mystique into Gambit Lady Sif to discard 8 cards on turn 4. Moon Girl could be alright. I could see that being fine too. And Cacophone, thanks for the prime this way again. Welcome back. What Iron Lad? Iron Lad could be worth testing. Can see that being fine. The one thing to note, if you're someone that wants to experiment with changes to this deck, is you should not add more 1 and 2 energy cards, because that makes Colleen a lot less consistent into Swarm. So if you're replacing or trying things, they should generally speaking be 3 or 4 energy plays, so you don't mess with Colleen. So the TLDR. They're Galactus, but Dream Dimension is bad for them. So we got that going for us. Can I just fill this? I think I might just fill this. Oh, Psylocke means they kick Galactus still. Whale poop. Whale poop. Burgess, thanks for the tip. I just copied this deck and I'm having a blast. It stings when they Cosmo by Wong. It does. That's why Kang is there. Kang is like Wong protection. He lets you know when they're coming for him. Would you add Kitty to the Bass Bounce deck when it comes out? Maybe. I think you need to just, I think when Kitty re-releases next week, we're gonna like take the Bounce deck back to basics and like rebuild it and try like Collector, try Kitty, try all sorts of stuff. I think she changes what optimal looks like there a good bit. It's for the half a year, Azure Ace. Appreciate it. Oh, this was the same Galactus player. Alright. I'm just gonna leave, take a deep breath, wait for someone else to queue into this bucket of joy. This deck does not have a good Galactus matchup. Fair warning. Galactus twice in a row. Maybe it's time to switch things up here too. Play something with a good Galactus matchup. Is there a cap on how far you can go on the ladder? There is not. There are players that have gotten as high as rank 1000 farming bots up the ladder. Collector Dino. Yeah, Collector Dino is solid. Are you playing the Collector Dino with the Lady Sif helicarrier? I think that was the last one we played. Rank 1000 sounds so. Yeah, they were basically playing Marvel Snap's version of Slay the Spire. Is there a bot farming top deck? Yeah, Patriot Ultron was the go-to bot farming deck because it doesn't put a lot of power into play, so it's good at picking them up. Oh, I should have let out Nebula. My brain is bad. Oh. And this lets me play a 5-drop next turn, so I can Professor X here. And actually, I'm going to Time Stone here, so I likely have priority going into the last turn. Yeah. Well, I think we're dead. Well, if they're a Shang-Chi deck, we're dead. Which is likely. Please be Green Goblin. Please be Green Goblin. Yes! Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We got him. Ha! Got him! You think Titania's a trap card? Titania's very good. Or unless you mean it's for trapping your opponent. Yeah, you need to... The thing to note about Titania is you only play her if you're confident you're going to be locking your opponent's last play. Otherwise, she's a turn 6 play. Yeah, it isn't an early play. Every time my opponent plays out a Titania in turn 1, it's like, oh, they're new to this card. I don't get the details here yet. How many splits is my Spider-Woman at, chat? 1, 2, only 2? Sedge. Do you think Deadpool needs to become a deck? I don't know. Probably Armor and Cosmo to be worse. Big part of Deadpool's problem is that Armor and Cosmo are just so good. They see so much play. Was Deadpool better in the beta? Nope. Any feelings about the Shuri version of the Stature deck versus the Darkhawk variant? The Shuri version doesn't really have good stats, last I checked. We're dead here with no Reality Stone. Maybe we'll catch him trying to play Green Goblin into Baxter Building, thinking we won't fill this turn. Oh, we can't keep getting away with it, chat. We can't keep getting away with it. Caught him out here slipping. Are we supposed to Polaris the throne? So the problem with Polarising the throne is that, how do I win Baxter building? Is Thanos enough to win Baxter building if I pull Hood out? Because the other play is I could go Reality Stone here, move Jeff Spider-Man the Baxter building. I think this is better.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
This deck lets us play our Viper split, chat. I do enjoy our Viper split. She's beautiful. Beauty-doo. Beauty-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Why is Thanos in this deck? Because it provides utility with the stones. Also, it's like a 10 power thing. It's not terrible, like we saw at the end of that last game. Is deck playable without Jeff? Yeah, definitely. Jeff is good, but you'll be fine. You'll still win games without him. Yeah, Reality Stone and Time Stone are just like such good Marvel Snap cards. You bought Jeff instead of Thanos. I mean, to be fair, I think there's a bunch of good... I do think there are a bunch of good Jeff Professor X decks with like Daredevil that aren't playing Thanos. They usually don't play like the full junk sub-theme like Viper and Green Goblin. Yeah, Professor X this turn would have been hilarious. We'd have gotten to lock both of them because of their scroll. I think we're probably dead here. I don't have a lot of stats. I don't have either of our lockout pieces. We're gonna like play something into an Ultron and they're gonna get us. I found this deck hard to play. I think this deck is what I would refer to as a small edges deck. Meaning that the overall, like, raw power level of it is not that high. I think it's super competitive if you know the ins and outs, and more importantly, you know the format you're playing into. But it's definitely not on, like, the same raw power level that something like the Stature Miles deck is. Yeah, I think Jeff is great into that court, Rook. They have an inked Thanos. I'm jelly. The shop refresh is in an hour 10. Not an hour. Well, if someone had an OTA wish list that included changing the text on cards, that means they don't understand how the OTA update worked. Which, for reference, the OTA updates explicitly cannot change text on cards. So we'll get to Titania, pull one into the center, and then send Titania across here. Honestly, think we snap them before it happens. Mo, thank you for the brand new Prime, so I appreciate the support. There's a lot of great places you can send that. Thanks for sending it this way this month. And the way this works, Polaris triggers happens before Titania jumps across, so let's go ahead and have that happen. Sure, that's the same thing as far as what we're talking about though, J-Rock. They can only change numbers, not sentences, and not what the sentences do.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Wakanda forever!
Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have played Spider-Man middle. I should have moved Nebula middle and then played Thanos right. Is what I should have done. Or moved Soulstone and then played Thanos right. I lose to a Blue Marvel now, which is likely in their output range. I forgot New York was there. Ooh, they're spinning the wheel, okay. Hit me, dealer. Oh, Nebula's winning the raid anyways. We would have lost to Blue Marvel though. I could have played around Blue Marvel, but I failed to. Man, we've been incidentally climbing today. Up to 112.
Destiny will arrive.
Nebula is actually low-key good into Muriel, because it kind of pressures our opponents to be like, okay, you want to play here early, but you also want to play over here. Well, we're making vibranium ship.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
I think our opponent might just be playing an all-inked deck. 6 resources. Try and lock up the island here. We helped them with the inked green goblin. We are, yeah. We're gonna kick up another one here too. We're such a giver, chat. Wow, I'm surprised they didn't move anything into Quantum Realm. Oh, that's why. Got it.
Mjolnir, to me.
Six, 10, 15, 25. We lose to a Doctor Doom with this line.
Victory.
Thanks for the 3/4 of a year, Pulsar. Welcome back. Gosh, by the time we get that Nebula variant, we're gonna get to split her a couple of times. I think it would be a good QOL change if locations gave real-time numbers as you moved and play card system. Yeah, I think that would be a good change overall. I think it would make the game easier for people to pick up and play at a higher level, which is net positive. I'm not gonna Reality Stone Vormir because we have a ton of like stones we don't mind playing into there, but I want to play my stone on 1 so that way I can get cards drawing here ASAP. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm supposed to Nebula the Vormir in case there are things they want to play there. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to do that. Man, I hate this location so much. Our hand's so good. Catalan is where fun goes on vacation. LOL. This will be draw, sentinel. So I have plenty of room to draw a card for the turn too. Yeah, they could be a Sandman gamer. It could also just be Galactus. Oh, yeah, I should throw something in the middle for their Nebula. Good shout. So Orca means Doctor Doom is off the menu. Yeah, maybe I should put Jeff middle. Yeah, I should put Jeff middle to play around Magneto. Dino. Yeah. Oh my god, we lost a fucking Forge. This gave their Dino +4. The Sandman decks are such shitty Devil Dinosaur decks. They just, like, never have enough cards in their hand unless they have a location that helps them out. Feels bad, man.
Destiny will arrive.
Spider-Woman better than Valk in this deck. I don't think Valk is very good in the current format. A lot of the really big cards that people are playing are things like Dino and Darkhawk that have ongoing effects that Valk doesn't help you with. Come here, bud. And, talk about your performance review, Mr. Collector. Tick, tick, boom. Do do do. Be do do. I don't think this is good enough, but I also think it's our play. Whoa, they didn't play left. I was kind of expecting them to Modoc left because of being a Chavez deck. Yeah, their hand was pretty awkward this game. They have Swarm, Chavez in hand. Hey, thanks for the 5 months. Please you should drop in the prime off again and a streak at that. Villager in, thanks for the 6 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Here's to 6 more months to snap in. Whatever else life brings our way. Jeff, I got 2 of the 3 big bads, enough for a third. Do I go for High Evolutionary next instead of King? I'm expecting High Evolutionary to be more interesting than King. The only deck I really like King in personally is that discard deck we were playing earlier in Galactus. If you're a serial Galactus enjoyer, King's probably worth picking up. But otherwise I'd probably say wait for High Evo. You weren't a patch today. Well, there isn't a patch. Patch is on Tuesday, but we will be getting an over-the-air update today. Usually those happen at some point in the next hour. Stop it, Wolverine! We've talked about your suicidal tendencies. Come here. The problem with everybody being excited about High Evo is everybody's gonna have High Evo counterplay. Well, what does High Evo counterplay even look like, is the thing.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
There's gonna be a few different High Evolutionary decks, right? Like, Luke Cage is good against the cards that afflict things, but there's other things in the High Evolutionary package that don't just afflict minuses. I expect any nerfs today. Nothing major. I wouldn't be shocked if they shaved like 1 point of power off of a couple of things in the stature deck. But I also think shaving 1 point of power off cards in that deck probably doesn't move the needle on it too much. It's likely still very good.
The universe
I think it's a tough. I would be shocked if a 4/7 with upside wasn't good. That would actually be low-key fucking brilliant. I actually really like that idea. There's my OTA update wish list. Update Black Bolt to be a 5/9 so you can Shang-Chi his ass. That's low-key the buff nerf. Love that. Part of the reason why that deck is so good is because none of its good cards are Shangable. It's actually just brilliant. Like, not even joking. Like, that's just like fucking huge brains. The part where they play Destroyer. Death. Okay.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Hey, Beck, thanks for the sub gift. Appreciate it. We get Kitty Pryde in this OTA. No, we need a patch for Kitty Pryde to come back. She should be returning on Tuesday. Come and get it, bud. Dinner's ready. Come and get it.
Victory.
It is an excellent Professor X variant. I have a great split on it too. My Professor X is inked with a white border effect.
The universe shall be set right.
Why was Valk removed here? It's not a very good card in the current metagame. In my opinion. I think you could replace both Nebula and Jeff in this deck with other cards. I was playing this deck in the previous format before those cards existed. Still win plenty of games. So a little loose playing the Green Goblin mid, maybe. They might play two things here with the Sentinels. Just one is perfect. Although, does this mean they win? They're at 12. We tie? We tie. Cool. Nobody gets cards. Their center is locked. And my Nebula gets bigger. Feels like we came out ahead there. It's a Spooderman somewhere as well. You replace Nebula with $10 and Jeff with 6,000 collector tokens. That's true, you know. It's true. It's true. Just the facts. A little bit concerned about Killmonger.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
This should be beating a Killmonger, right? This is a 12-point swing. Green Goblin having synergy with both Soul Stone and Spider-Woman feels good.
The universe shall be set right.
Mind Stone on 1, always peak Thanos gameplay. Well, that makes the where am I playing this turn question extra easy. A draft game mode. I think adding variety of ways to play the game is a good thing. Would dislike that. Hey, not so lightsaber. That's a great username. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. No OTA yet, Dine. Soon, TM. Another variety of play modes, dilute the player base, and increase bot necessity. Yeah, that's a risk of it. That's why game companies are often cautious about adding more play modes. You hit infinite with the Quicksilver deck from yesterday. Fucking real gamer hours up in here. Clearly broke it with that one, chat. If you missed yesterday's Quicksilver deck, it'll be a YouTube highlight tomorrow. It's hilarious. Damn it, Wanda. Nerf Quicksilver, exactly. Should have played Nebula right, maybe? Yeah, I can see that. Forced to play Jotunheim. Wow, they played left and made our Nebula bigger. Not expecting that, obviously. I think we're dead. Do you agree that when you're playing for cubes, you should always snap when you have Mind Stone on 1? Not in this Thanos deck. In like the Lockjaw Thanos decks, I think that's a fine heuristic to probably have. But in this more controlling build, I think the answer is no. Do you think Quicksilver sees play if he goes to a 1-3? Gosh, he might be omnipresent at 1-3, right? I don't know. That's an interesting question. I can't tell if that's still bad or broken. Do you think High Evo has synergy with Thanos? Instead of me telling you you're wrong, tell me why you're right. What about High Evo gives it synergy with Thanos? Explain your position. What does Soulstone have to do with High Evolutionary? Can someone explain? When your Craven and Miles trigger a fast forward together. I would bet Soulstone doesn't count as afflicting -1 for Abomination. I would assume afflict means like permanent -1s, but obviously we'll need to wait and see how that works exactly. Julio, thanks for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. All right, and we've got Miles here who we get to play through this. I can slide this over. They go like She-Hulk plus Doctor Doom. I guess they could have Death too. I just have so much stuff here. Yeah, looking at how High Evolutionary works, I would assume Thanos is actually anti-synergy with High Evolutionary. Because, what's it called? Anti-synergy with High Evolutionary because, Thanos dilutes your deck, right? And you want to be able to get to your High Evolutionary upgraded cards consistently. Hey, Adam, thanks for the 7 months. And Giuliano Ghosto, thanks for the brand new Prime. Happy OTA day, folks. We're chilling, waiting it on out. We'll have to wait to re-queue after this game so we can stop playing the same person. Try and do this right away here.
Opponent snapped.
Come here, bud. Step into my office. You hate how Wave works. Well, you might be in for a treat. Someone asked about a Wave nerf in the question and answer section of the Discord server, and a second dinner team member said, "Stay tuned." So we'll see if that means stay tuned for an OTA update today, or stay tuned for a update in the patch next week.
Locked in.
This could go either way. Glenn's reply got a lot of downvotes. Yeah, similar to the Galactus enjoyers, people playing Deathwave enjoy doing their deeply unfair thing. I've been asking for a wave redesign like since before the game released. I don't know that she's necessarily too strong in the current state, but another one, Dr. Doom, just F. Yeah, I think if they made Wave similar to, like Trinisphere from Magic, where everything is just always 4. It's always been weird to me that she combos with cost reducers. All right, we're gonna take a breather here since we queued to that person 3 games in a row. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. My little Twitch tracker says we had over 60 new follows. For people that are new to the channel, welcome. My name's Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. You can find me doing Marvel Snap and other things Monday through Friday, starting at about 9 a.m. Central in the morning and going until about 3 or 4 p.m. Central in the afternoons. I play a lot of different decks on stream. Usually we change decks every 60 to 90 minutes. We get a lot of variety each day. I also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/HoaglandiaSnap, where I post deck highlights 7 days a week. I grab the best decks that we play throughout the course of the week, and I cut them up into quick, digestible 15 to 20-minute highlights with a quick deck tech at the start, so you get lots of great ideas in a concise bite-sized piece of content. I've been streaming here on Twitch for a very long time now. My account is over a decade old. I've been a Twitch partner for almost 8 years. I've been doing this as my full-time job for over 5 years now. In a former life, before I was playing games here on the internet for a job, I have a graduate degree and an undergraduate degree in mathematics. Spent some time teaching inside of academia at the high school and college level, and also did some process automation and data analysis for a Fortune 50 company. And now I'm here. I think the best deck to climb with, speaking of that YouTube channel, I got the perfect video for you here. What change do you think caused the Stature Miles deck to become so popular / good? I think people just figured out the right combination of stuff. Just normal format optimization. Bad dog. Are there any good Morph decks? No, Morph's not really playable. The Sandman nerf helped that deck. Yeah, that's true. The Sandman nerf didn't hurt. With that. Ugh, you know what else doesn't hurt? The stupid Cosmo for the Darkhawk, stopping our Enchantress. A world where this wins the game, we'll stay for a cube. No, nothing with Gamora wins the game? I'll say nothing. No, Gamora wins the game. Stegron had potential to win the game there too. Stegron would have 1 in 3 because if Stegron hit Doom into here or here, we win the game. Because if it hits Doom here, we trigger Kraven. Gamora would miss. No, cards were technically played there that turn, Derek. They still count as having been played there. It's tied to the location. Not the card still being there. It's like when you Gamora someone that they lockjaw on something. She still triggers. They're late on the OTA today. I mean, last week it happened at 1:30 Central. It is currently 1:26, so. Someone just use the submit command. I'm actually going to go ahead and turn that off, because once we get the OTA update here soon, we will, we'll be playing decks that, have cards adjusted to them. Whoa! Bruce Skidoo, you can too. Thank you for the sub gifts. That's very generous of you. Happy Thursday. Hack Mage, thank you for the 15 months. Good to have you hanging out still. Gordon, thank you for the sub gifts as well. Ooh, I think we might be dead, chat. I guess I could move things into New York. Maybe moving things into New York will be our saving grace. Niner LP, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Yikes. Yeah, I think we vision hoping they don't fill our New York spot, and then we like slide Hood out and put Vision into Asteroid M. 100%, Duck Doolittle. Definitely, definitely. The problem is they can move stuff out of here too. We'll stay for a cube, but I feel like we're probably losing this. Is your gut feeling they'll continue the OTAs after May or nah? I don't know. It's so... One of the things that's hard for us to see at home is the impact that the OTA changes have on more casual players that engage with the game far less than we do. So as a super engaged person, the OTA updates have felt very successful to me. They're something that I've enjoyed, and they're something that my community has enjoyed. But as far as like, how do they work out with the general population that's logging in to play Marvel Snap for 5 to 20 minutes a day, a few days a week, it's tough to know. I will say that after my Marvel Snap metrics were on the decline from January to February to March to April, the first week of May now has been the first small uptick I've had since things have been cooling off. And I think part of that is related to the over-the-air updates getting the format consistently into a good spot. So I think from a content and super and franchise player perspective, the small changes each week are likely very, very good. But it's hard to know, again, how they impact the less than franchise players without seeing data that we don't have. What is it about the OTAs that restrict what can be changed? So my understanding of the OTAs from what they've said, what they've communicated to us, is that the numbers on Marvel Snap cards, all of the numbers in the text box and the cost and the power are all variables on the card itself. And basically the over-the-air update making changes without a patch, they're just changing those numeric variables on the card. Whereas if they want to actually change the text boxes of the card themselves, that requires writing new code or having new code implemented or whatever the process looks like. And again, that's speculation based on things they've told us. I've never seen the code base for this, but bits and pieces that they've told us about it Yeah, that's true too. If they update the actual text boxes, it requires localization as well, which I'm assumed more teams are involved in. If you have to suddenly like change localization for every language they support, is a logistical thing. This is a tempo enchantress here. We'll see if we live to regret that. Instant regret, chat. Instant regret. What if I did this? Might be crazy, call me baby. Get him. Get him. Out. Come here, bud. Come to mama. Step into my office. I love where Arrow ended up at. I'm so glad we got a good split on her too finally with the blue flare. Me too, Duck. Craven has low-key become one of my favorite 2-drops in the game. And the more I play with Stegron, the more he's grown. I bet Stegron is going to be absolutely everywhere when it hits Series 4. Not because it's powerful, but just because it's so fun. He's like a solid like 6.5 out of 10. That's just an absolute delight to get to play. Hey, Korean! Thank you for the sub gifts and clearing us into our 2,500 goal. That's super generous of you. Happy Thursday, happy OTA day. I think I steg the wing trying to hit her into the Baxter building. And then this lets me Enchantress plus Miles next turn. This also helps keep the path low for Lizard. I'm missing the messages, Korean. And then Magro, thank you as well. Korean said a couple of things I wanted to catch. I can't do regular subs, I do Prime for myself, but I've gotten more than $25 of enjoyment, and I'll watch it for sure, and I like watching bars fill up, what can I say? Well, thank you for putting it over the top. I think I'm supposed to do this. It's close, though. Okay, yeah, them filling MODOK into here is really solid for us. Hey, Senor Luca, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Welcome to the channel. Wait, how does their hand have 7 cards in it? What did they discard? Oh, they had a bunch of swarms. But they notably didn't discard a... They didn't discard Apocalypse, right? So it's just like 6 swarms Chavez. So if I do this, we're winning here, which flips this. So they go to 6, we go to 24. And then they go 15, 21. Yeah, this is a win, right? Oh, fuck, I forgot Lizard shrinks. Wait, what? Did they forget that they were losing Baxter? It's also 1 cube, so they might have just, like, let it stay in. Excuse to show off the sweet swarms. Sweet swarms, sweet swarms. All right, now we're officially a little bit late for the OTA. Let me see if they've said anything in the creator channel. It doesn't look like no information yet on any of my comms. I am holding off on the Nimrod Iron Lad deck to see what OTAs we get, because Nimrod feels like one of those cards that might be bad enough to get an OTA. Copium. So I didn't want to play it this morning and then have them like add a point of power to Nimrod this afternoon, or like make it a 4/4 or something crazy. Crystal is resisting the OTA. The fact that we haven't seen a Crystal OTA update yet makes me think that they're not going to OTA Crystal, and that they're instead going to change her in an actual patch. I feel, because Crystal's like one of the worst cards in Snap, right? If they were gonna OTA her, it would have happened by now. And she really feels like she needs a redesign, not a numbers change. Like, just making her numbers big enough that she forcibly sees play, I think would be silly. Yeah, same with Dazzler. I bet Dazzler needs a new text box. Dazzler and Crystal feel like cards that are just like bad enough that it's like, well, 4/4 draw card. 4/4 draw card might even be too good. That's a lot of added consistency. Drawing one more card in a Marvel Snap game is a big deal. I don't know that we can win this, chat. They've got 4 Swarms, a 12 power Apocalypse, and a Chavez in hand. Yeah, I think we're supposed to bounce.
Escaped.
I'm not gonna do the full shill, but we're gonna do our ritualistic wait 30 seconds here before we re-queue. Try and not get the 3-peat. My kingdom for global matchmaking. What do you think about Jeff? I think Jeff is just the latest, shiniest, generically good 2-drop. It's very similar to like Lizard or Scorpion or Angela, where it can just go into a lot of spots. Their goal is to eventually have global matchmaking. They have some kind of technological hurdle that prevents it. We talked about token acquisition. I mean, yeah, we talk about the economy off and on when it comes up. Is there a particular thing you wanted my opinion on? Jeff is the best weekly release since Kitty Pride happened for a day. Yeah, that's true. Cosign. A patch on Hawkeye. Yeah, I think that's probably a good take. Deadpool gaming, eh? Do I think they should have straight to Series 3 cards when they come out? I think they should do whatever they think gives Marvel Snap the most longevity. Did you pick up Thanos or hold for High Evolutionary? Best I can tell you there is wait and see. It's impossible to know how good or bad a card that hasn't released yet is going to be. Hoping to draw Arrow here. This Twitch stream, pre-recorded, etc., etc. I actually want to Arrow left, so this way if they Deadpool Taskmaster, I win here and here. Well, that's good for us. Close game.
Victory.
As a Reddit armchair expert, I can tell you with 100% accuracy if a card is good or bad. Yeah, Hawkeye might be a card that's fixable via OTA. I think you could probably safely make Hawkeye a +3. It's probably not broken. Especially in a world where, like, Nebula exists now, having Hawkeye be a strong one-drop that competes for that type of slot seems like super reasonable. Am I supposed to slide Nightcrawler into the middle here and just start racking up numbers on it? Spread these out in case they're a Galactus deck. Smells like a Galactus deck. Hey, Abby Sama. Glad you're enjoying the stuff. If you haven't checked it out already and you're a newer player to Snap, you should make sure you check out this playlist here called Marvel Snap Minute. It's at the very bottom of the front page of my YouTube channel too, so you might have seen it. It's got a bunch of really good introductory topics in it. You just do this, right? So that way we're beating a big null, because we'll be winning here. That's definitely my favorite part about playing the cards that move my opponent's cards, is you have a reasonable Galactus matchup, so you have a lot of counterplay. They possibly have Death and Null. Maybe? Kick it with the Stegron. So the problem with kicking with the Stegron is if I kick it here, we tie, and then a big Null could beat us, maybe? Are we beating Taskmaster? Yes, because we're up one here, and if they Taskmaster here, like Taskmaster here, like we're still winning. But Galactus usually don't have Taskmaster. How big was Null? I actually don't know. The Null actually wasn't that big. The Null was only 9. They destroyed Wave, Electro, Daredevil, Yondu. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yondu blew something up, too. So 16. Yeah, good shout. I always forget about Yondu. I just looked at their list of destroyed cards on Untapped. Ooh, I haven't seen that one before. It's a fine piece of art. Yikes. Well, stuck in the middle with you. Do 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 do. It figures that in the game where Plunder Castle and Morag flip up, I haven't drawn Jeff, Nightcrawler, or Vision. Feels bad, man. We basically have to draw Vision next turn. All right, this Twitch stream brought to you by etc. etc. Ooh. Huh. Oh, I get Shang-Chi if I play in the center. Stupid Wakanda. 5 cards in my deck. 10, 12, we're going to 22 here. Get moldy, chat. Played around Shang, got punished. Are they on all Dan Hip stuff? That's a chibi. Mostly hip stuff. So I was hoping they'd give us a 2-drop to Polaris. This is Tempo Enchantress. Please OTA broed, my family is starving. Oh, punished. Sick can't beat Ultron position. Maybe the real OTA was the friends we made along the way. We're also dead to Doctor Doom too, right? Yeah, I don't think we can reasonably stand losing to both.
Escape.
That's true. If you haven't checked out the Untap tracker, like the one above my head, and you install it for the first time using my link, they give me $1 redo. And all those $1 redos, they add up if everybody checks it out. Rude, Iceman, rude. Ace, noise. In the past, the OTA has not lined up with shop stuff. It's not been relevant. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Whew. It's getting hot in here. Do, 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 do. Is Untapped a paid service? Using the deck tracker is free. To get access to all of the statistics on their website is a paid service. Craven is about to go crate yet. He's a large lad. This is wrong. I should play Gamora here. I should play Gamora mid and move the Nightcrawler and punt more egg. They're gonna like Demon plus She-Hulk and stuff. 13's not nearly enough. I gotta go. 12, 17, 19 might have been enough. Maybe. 19 might have also lost, but it would be much better than 13. Arrow pulls are more egg play mid. They're probably gonna have lots of plays. I assume they are playing the deck like the She-Hulk Moon Girl deck that's just gonna play a flurry of stuff at the end like carrier. So you're right. If they only had 2 plays, that my play was fine. But their deck likely has more than 2 plays there. And She-Hulk, Hitmonkey, Mysterio, D-Man. So, She-Hulk, Hitmonkey, She-Hulk, Mysterio, Demon. So it would have been 8. Hitmonkey would have been 8. Yeah, maybe I would with Gamora. You could have beaten our Gamora with the right play though too. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to leave there. Snapping the Thanos player on Lamentus is generally a good play. Again, anytime I have Angela on the opener, we just vibe with the Nightcrawler on one. Nice. Got Kraven now too. That is Harry. He's up late. Getting in some of that OTA action. Can't say I blame him. All right, we're putting Kraven into Wakanda so that way Nightcrawler can seek protection there from the impending Killmonger. Oh, where has my OTA gone? Where, oh, where can she be? Do 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 do. You seek asylum, right? Shit, we didn't have priority here. I'm chilling on deck submissions for the afternoon bird because we should, in theory, have an OTA any minute now. So I don't wanna take something and then have it drop and wanna move along. Look, bud, I was gonna give you a free extra cube. We're leaving on extra. His hand could be full of rocks here, but they only need a 6-point thing to beat us. So I think we're supposed to leave. Is he bluffing with his muffin? Sounds right. Some bitch. Damn it, Bobby. They change a card every Thursday, some small number of changes, Taco, and it's only most Thursdays, so the weeks when there's patches, there's no Thursday changes. So next week, there's a Tuesday patch, so there won't be Thursday changes. Yeah, it's typically like 3 to 4 cards what they've been changing. This obviously doesn't trigger here, but I think we have enough points here. I think Agatha would see play if she was a 616. I don't think Agatha's stat line is the problem there. I also don't think they really want Agatha to be a tier 1 thing, so.
Victory.
Oh, you better believe we're doing a long stream next Tuesday when we get Kitty Pride back. There should be patches that change things up too, but Kitty Pride coming back alone. Planning to do a long one on Tuesday. Chat, you don't understand? I don't think chat fully understands how many fucking Kitty Pride decks I had in my deck editor when they disabled her. There were like 12 Kitty Pride decks in my set of decks that I just like didn't get a chance to play. Half of my deck editors. Yeah, basically me too. It was like half or more. It's just like, there's just actually all Kitty Pride all the way down. Our deck's bad into Gamma Lab, and Crimson Cosmos here is real mediocre for us. Yeah, I was gonna leave rather than play into this person again.
Escaped.
I think Kitty Pride is still gonna be a pretty generically good 1-drop. You just can't play her in decks that want to play 6-drops anymore. But there's a lot of decks that aren't interested in playing 6-drops. What was the reason for disabling Kitty Pride? She was bugged and causing people's clients to crash and get locked out of the game, so they disabled her. Everyone, by the way, everybody gets a free copy of Kitty Pride when she gets added back to the game. People that bought her already got a refund on the tokens that they paid, and everybody else that didn't get a chance to buy her is going to get a copy of her for free on Tuesday. Be my 6-drops. Cards that cost 6 energy, Belligerent. They discarded Null. We discarded Lizard. I'm gonna snap them. Because Null would imply Galactus, and I have Arrow. When is OTA? Typically, the OTA was half an hour ago. Wonder if they hit some kind of snag. They must have hit some kind of snag. Do people in lower pools also get a free kitty? I don't know the answer to that question. I have it on good authority that there is supposed to be an OTA update happening today. There is not supposed to be an OTA update next week. Next week's just the patch. What if we arrow here to fill, and then we like try and stagger on them out of the center next turn? Could work. Okay. Well, unfortunately, this is a spot where Stegron is worse than Juggernaut, right? Jeff is never wrong. That's not true.
Victory.
Talking about the shark, that's true. Jeff the Shark is always right. He's a good lad. He just wants what's best for you, chat. No, the patches don't land on Monday nights, haters. New cards and new seasons roll out on Monday nights currently. But a patch they actually have to have people in the office for. The patches usually roll out sometime between 11 a.m. and noon central. Because that's like 9 to 10 a.m. Pacific. That's funny. We had Subterranean the last time we played. Have you noticed since hitting Infinite, your instances of playing versus bots has increased significantly? No, there's actually been less bots in Infinite than there were while climbing the ladder. There's more repairs, but less bots. Why are OTAs a thing? What's the benefit? What's the benefit of constantly making small changes to cards that are unplayable and cards that are a little bit too good? Why, curating a regularly healthy and well-balanced format is the benefit to it. Your Angela Barrett was in my shop today. I passed on buying her so she could make her way to you. That's very kind of you, Crows. Thanks for the 5 months. What's going on, Moldy? Thanks for the Hawaii 5-0. Neither of us plays Magic anymore. God bless us, everyone. What if you fear change? If you're a card gamer who's terrified of change and wants to sit in stagnant metagames until you're old and dead, I'd recommend checking out Magic the Gathering. I just heard they changed their standard format to accommodate people like you explicitly. Never missed the longer matches of Magic. If I'm being honest, sometimes when I play a battle mode match and it lasts like more than 20 minutes, I'm like, fuck, this is so long. So no, I don't really miss the long matches of Magic. Can't say what I do. Is Stegron replaceable? Yeah, you could swap Stegron for Juggernaut in this deck. Is that Invisible Woman? My lady? Alright, step into my office. Man, I hope that was fucking Patriot we just murdered. I hope against fucking hope that was Patriot we just murdered. It totally was Patriot! Yes! Oh, who's a good lass? Who's a good lass, chat? Lorcana is unfortunately physical only, it looks like. What are your thoughts on cosmetics in collector level caches? Whenever people talk about not wanting cosmetics in collection level caches, it makes me feel like they think if the cosmetics weren't there, they would just collect cards faster. And Second Dinner very clearly doesn't want people acquiring every card in Series 3 in a trivial time period. They very clearly are worried about people getting every card and then bouncing off of the game once collecting slows down. That's true. Variants and caches are more fun. I agree with that. As someone who is Avatar and title complete and gets a new variant every 4 reserves, it is much enjoyable. Big like. Big like. That's rude. Guess I do this. So they Patrioted. They could, if they Mystique, they add 4 in the middle. If they Blue Marvel, they add 4 in the middle. I can't Enchantress the Patriot, there's a Cosmo in the middle. I can slide Nightcrawler right, yeah, that's true too. I'm just trying to think, is there any way they beat 16 in the middle? I don't think so. That's a big lad. Misty Knight 2? Squirrel Girl. Okay, close. Close.
Victory.
I had a Wong, and opponent Hobgoblins my lane, played Odin, and thought that once the Goblin bounces back, he stays where, but he basically triggered 4 times. Yeah, so Odin on Wong triggers all your on reveals there 4 times. It basically queues up 4 of them from the start. Opponent messed up their Squirrel Girl placement. Did they? I mean, they still lose, right? They play Squirrel Girl here. They're only at 18 here. Play 100 power worth of cards. Almost done with our weekly chat. Get that tasty 900 season pass experience. I am waiting on the Destroy deck on the off chance they give us some Nimrod Copium in... On the off chance they give us some Nimrod Copium in the OTA update. No, we haven't had the OTA update yet. Nimrod feels like one of those cards that's bad enough it could get some love. And we're levels for the Nebula variant. 8.5. 7.5? 7.5. Nimrod is easily the worst season pass card. Spoken like someone who doesn't remember Nick Fury was a season pass card. I think we actually do nothing here. And will Natuma into Professor X into move Jeff into Destroyer? That's true. Thor was also unplayable on release. Thor was a 4-6 or a 4-5 or something like that. He was not good. Not that he's a powerhouse right now, but he was worse than he was previously. So, they promised that none of the cosmetics from the closed beta would be exclusive to closed beta players, but they've yet to communicate when they're bringing any of those back. They're playing some kind of weird bounce deck. That sounds like an anniversary event. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Redium Ferox, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Is trading Orca for Gamora good this deck? No, I don't think so. Gamora plus Titania is 17, which is bigger than Orca. How do they beat Destroyer and Plunder Castle? They don't. I assume the second card is Falcon. Yeah. They're locked in.
Victory.
OTA at 40. OTA was an hour ago. There must be some kind of glitch in the Matrix. I have asked if there's an update with my second dinner contact, but I have not heard anything back yet. This is not a very good set of locations for us yet. I think I'm supposed to do nothing and then zero into Natuma the Morag. Is the play? Now I do this. Now I do this. Be very quiet. We're hunting Modocs. Think we're supposed to do this? This is 18. If they just play one card, this is better.
Target locked.
This is 23. I think I'm supposed to move Jeff. Oh my gosh, if they hit the Apocalypse, we lose? No, wait, we're good? We're good. We're good because of Nebula. Thank you, Nebula. Justice, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate the prime. We had a 0 trigger floating. For people wondering why I was thinking about playing a tuba, we had a 0 trigger floating. Yeah. Discord update might be a little slow to come out. Noted. My second dinner contact said things are looking good for the OTA today. It's just coming a little bit later than usual. That's fine. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're just waiting for some news chats. No big. I feel like this matchup's impossible for us if we don't snipe MODOK with Cosmo.
Wind, aid my hand.
I'm gonna not fight over this. I don't think we can win it. God, such a good split. Her deck is so gorgeous. Oh, they got to play middle. Oh, they had a free swarm. Yeah. Okay. I forgot the Swordmaster Swarm. I think we chill on the 0 for now. Am I just zeroing a rock? I think I'm zeroing a rock. I'll probably storm the right. So with Asgard flipping up here, I'm actually going to storm the center now. And the reason for this is I want to storm a location that my opponent is least likely to play into. And Asgard kind of incentivizes them to play into there. Yes. Whoa, they just didn't play for here. Sick. And we have Claw to win to flooding still. I would not be surprised if they shaved like 1 point of power off of the Hawk Stature deck. What are we doing here? Subterranean happened. Is it possible that like this, what are the odds this wins the right? Low? Holy crap, got him. In it to win it. All All right, Claw, reach deep into their pocket and take their cubes away. Rats. I'm gonna say this as someone who just lost a game to Doctor Doom. In my opinion, Doctor Doom is the perfectly balanced 6 energy card Marvel Snap should have. And if we are ever at a point where we feel like Doctor Doom is too good, the rest of the format should be adjusted to be a similar power level to Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom shouldn't be nerfed. I think this should like be the quintessential target they aim for balancing 6 energy cards. I think this card is powerful and unique and like does some reasonable things. I think if the format's ever at a point where he's like too good, then they should adjust other stuff around him, not touch him. I think Magneto is not being played as much recently because there's a lot of Spider-Man and Storm thanks to the recent popularity of Nebula and Jeff the Shark, and Doctor Doom's a little bit better at getting into like flooded locations than Magneto is. Like the TLDR. Changes are out. All right. Mod, someone write their name down. If I got baited, they're getting a timeout. All right, you're gonna look at my face big. I'm restarting the client. Write them down and be prepared to frag. All right, we're relaunching. We're relaunching. Mods! Please frag them. Thank you. We've been baited. Oh, they have the S tier sunspot split, chat. It's so good. It's unreasonably good. I think this is a snap. We're gonna play these here. We'll go Natuma into Professor here, and then we'll Destroyer here or here, depending on what they do. The OTA can't be late. It arrives when it arrives. Okay, sure, Jan. Sure. Hawk could get us here. The final turn now. 17 enough to win. 12 cards in my deck. 12 cards in my deck. Or 6 cards in my deck, so Hawk is 12. Sorry, possibly 14. 14 puts them to 27. That's a lot. That's a lot. But they can move Vision around too, right? So I'm not even guaranteed to win if I jam middle. Kind of a coin flip with the Vision. Get him! I think that person who said they were up till 1 a.m. in their country is still waiting on the OTA. That's a good question. We're up to rank 114, chat. Well, that doesn't seem right. Been doing too much winning today. We're up like 70 cubes. I think we started at like 106. Yeah, 70 or 80, somewhere in there. Come on, quick, load up Orca. Listen, chat, we spent almost 2 hours playing Kingpin earlier today. Let it be known that I did in fact try to throw, okay? I did my best. Rip. Rip. Okay, that lets us tie middle. What if I do this? Then if they play one card here, Titania locks them? Copium? Yes. Well, I mean... I can't believe we almost won this incredible Sakar diff. That's wild. Missed it by this much. What's your opinion on the Orca buff? I think Second Dinner person that wrote it kind of hit the nail on the head where they were like, this Orca buff probably doesn't do anything, but giving him more numbers can't make it worse, right? Like, we haven't seen any Orca play since they buffed him for a reason. Like, he's still not very good. And the Orca buff was a free roll. It was like, nobody's gonna complain if we buff Orca. That's a piece of candy. Alright, we're getting Cerebro 6 Hellad. But if you're thinking, Jeff, Cerebro 6 Hella, what the hell is that? You should check out the YouTube video from this morning. If we were playing for keeps, I would snap here, yeah. I was playing my cards, shit.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Please don't ask me how the Nexus Baxter building math works out here. I'm not qualified to answer that. I only have a graduate degree in mathematics. Javis, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. We are still updateless, unfortunately. Waiting with bated breath.
Wind, aid my
Maybe I'm supposed to store Danger Room. You get Hawk tier and feel bad. Yeah, the eyes glow in a couple of the different Dan hit variants. They're kind of sick. The club. All right, Kimura, do your thing. This might not be enough on the left. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I'm dumb. We're blowing up the right. Shh. Shh. We don't have any place here, right? I can go to 14. That was a test. Some of you passed. The rest of you, you can try again next time.
The universe shall be set right.
Del, I know you're trying to be funny or whatever, but like, Glenn answering your question in the Discord, he's someone that works on the balance team. He's very likely not the person responsible for implementing the OTA happening. What domain in math was your favorite one studying? I really enjoyed, this is not a great showing for the start of this one. My master's thesis was on analyzing subgraphs and networks. Also really enjoyed calculus.
I am Iron Man.
Captain Marvel could mean we lose this, but weird deck. Orca! We died to Orca, chat! Oh no! Oh no! We've been bigger fished! Calculus was fine. Calculus 2 is when I started crying. When I took Calculus 2, I changed my major from computer science to math, because that was the point that I fell in love. That was where the problems got interesting. I took Calc 2 and dropped out of college. I remember the first day of Calc 2, the teacher looked at our room full of 30 people and said, half of you won't pass. He was a real cheery dude. And in his defense, only 6 of us passed. So, he wasn't wrong. He was just an asshole. Was your professor Thanos asking the real questions? Did I say half? I overestimated. Yeah, exactly. What is Calculus 2? It varies a little bit from school to school, but typically Calculus 2 is where you start talking about derivatives, as well as getting into sequences and series. Oh, integrals. Integrals, not derivatives. I said the wrong word. Integrals. Derivatives are obviously Calc 1. Integration is what I meant.
Inevitable.
What if I drop Onslaught here so they don't know the Marvel is coming? Oh, I can play the Iceman too. Yeah, good call. If we lose by 4, it's my fault. Sorry, I'm keeping an eye on the Discord on my third monitor. I've got chat, Marvel Snap, and the Discord over here, waiting for an update. Ah! The Iceman would have won it! Rip. Rip. The Discord is a mess. There is a private section of the Discord server for people who are affiliated content creators. I have the content creator channels unmuted, and I have the server updates unmuted. All of the Gen Pop channels are muted and hidden. Those sound scary. My counselor messed up and had me take calc-based physics before I took calculus my freshman year. Yep. Yep, that was rough. Congrats on getting through that. What was the biggest OTA up to date? Well, the biggest OTA up to date in terms of metagame impact, I think has to be, the Sandman nerf, right? And Enchantress is a close second, but I think the Sandman nerf had a little bit bigger impact on the metagame as a whole. Oh, that's true. Zabu, I don't really count the Zabu Surfer OTA as like in this group of OTAs. If you want to be a purist, yeah, technically that was an OTA. That was the OG OTA. I'm referring to the over-the-air updates we've had since we've moved to these weekly ones. There's a world where they don't play around something like Marvel and we steal the left while also winning the center here. Lockjaw Professor X, is that a good idea? I mean, my mama didn't raise no cowards, so maybe it's a bad idea for you, but I don't let the fear into my dojo. We keep it cool and collected here. The less sarcastic answer to your Lockjaw Professor X is that on the back of Claw and Blue Marvel, our deck has a lot of ways to get extra power into the Professor X path. So even if we end up flipping into a Professor X that's not favorable, we have tools to allow us to swing that path back into our favor. So you can kind of play fast and loose with Professor X when you have tools to get extra stats in there after the fact. Alright, so we have turn 1 Land War Elves, turn 2 Lockjaw here, looking pretty good. My gosh, and then we drew Ornithopter to play into Lockjaw right away? It's like cheating, chat. It's like cheating. What do you think's the best counter to the Stature deck? I really like the Beast Bounce deck into it. Chat, it's even green like a Llanowar Elf. I'm going to Reality Stone the Avengers compound because I would like to be able to Professor X Nidvaler next turn to try and dodge Shang-Chi on the last turn. I lost priority though. You think this wins the center? Can I be greedy and pull Thanos out of here? But if I'm greedy and pull Thanos out of here, YOLO, YOLO. Hey, Vim, thank you for the prime. I appreciate the support. Just do this, right? Hey, Runtime, thanks for the 40 months. Welcome back. Yeah, Dino Right's super solid. So we don't just like lose to a Shang.
Victory.
How late do I plan to stream if the OTA doesn't show up? I have bandwidth to go for at least another 2 hours, I believe. Viewer count permitting. My wife has somewhere she needs to be in 3.5 hours, so I'll need to be done in like 3 hours at most. We'll see. We stay above like 2,200 people or so. Or we'll stream for a good bit. There are a lot of people in here waiting for their update copium with the rest of us. It's currently 3 o'clock here. But if I do this and we hit like Professor X, right? We're cruising towards bot MMR slowdown. Oh my god. Okay, just Dr. Doom, got it. Would I change Iron Lad for in this deck? I think you can just play any other, like, ongoing or cheap card that you want. This variation of Thanos has been around for a little bit, so. God, Super Skrull is so fucking good against us. Hey, we're dead, chat. We've been hard countered, chat. Yeah. You have your tech card.
Escaped. The universe shall be set right.
Super Skrull did take my claw bonus. It just didn't do an animation. Well,
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
yeah, we can play Time Stone into Lockjaw now. We've got some time slot here. They may punt left because of negative, that's true. There's 0 energy cards get into Crimson Cosmos here. This could again be an instance where, like, they put just enough into the right thinking they've won it, and then Blue Marvel gives them a loop.
Union to me.
Did that just happen? Did that just happen?
Union to me.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Iron Lad to me! That's great.
Victory.
That's hilarious. Classic Iron Lad Mjolnir. They won the center, chat. That's the path they were trying to win. I read it in Stone Marvel mid, because Hellfire Club said I couldn't play 1-drops there. A vibe on the Space Stone for now. Save that to play into the Lockjaw path later. Iron Lad or Jeff, I can't get both. Which one? Jeff, and it's not close. You have an expected hour for the OT. We do not. Just sometime soon. TM.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Only just thought they were gonna win the breaker?
Victory.
Out. Within the next 11 hours. Monka.
Destiny will arrive.
That one's gotta go. Out. Well, their scroll doesn't copy the size of your Darkhawk Racer. Their scroll copies Darkhawk's effect, so it looks at your deck, not their own deck. Press the button, chat. Sorry, Papaya. Apologies. Good old Rockjaw. When's my HelloFresh promo end? Soonish? If you want to claim, get in on the free sub. Let me click. It ends the 20th, 9 days. So week from Saturday. So I'll be plugging a little bit more next week. Phone it snapped me. That's rude. Clutch Ornithopter pickup here. Yikes. Yikes.
I am Iron Man.
Onslaught and Claw are both solid ones to hit. Their super scroll was very large. It was a little bit big. But they won the left.
The universe shall be set right.
If land hits Thanos and all the stones are played, no, that doesn't do anything. This is our second Baxter building. This is our second Baxter building Nexus game today. In that order. Are the locations really random? Wake up, sheeple. The truth is out there. Okay, well, if they're a pure linear deck, we're in a pretty decent position here. The Blue Marvel. Because we got Claw into Dino into Onslaught. Alright, would I rather Iron Man or Dino? So, Onslaught here with Iron Man is 44. Dino will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On Iron Man is better. Yeah.
I am Iron Man.
Reds. Super scroll me, daddy.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
There are some numbers here. We did lose the right. We did lose the right by a little bit. We're up to 115, chat. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna have to make sure we lose a bunch of games at the end of the season before we reset. So we're not in bot hell for the first week after the reset. Bull, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. MMR snapshot, how does that even work? So the way the MMR snapshot works, based on my understanding of it, is that your MMR, when you enter Infinite, is snapshotted, and you can't go lower than that. However, you still go up and down above that inside of Infinite. That is my understanding of how their snapshot system works.
Wind, aid my hand.
No, you've never been able to D-rank below Infinite. Once you're 100, that's it. You stay 100. Yikes. I want to Iron Lad before I Wasp, because there's a lot of good hits for Iron Lad in my deck, and Wasp is adding a bad hit in. The Claw! He's so good, chat. He's so good! Why is he so good? He's a good lad too. We had Claw in our deck for the lad to work with. Yeah, leaderboards for MMR are a feature that's on the coming soon, is my understanding.
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
Okay, but like, they know I have a Claw, right? Is this too much of a gamble to Reality Stone middle? They're leaving. Okay, yeah, like they know from Iron Lad that I have a Claw.
The universe shall be set right.
Land feels like it's a worse card for cube equity in some decks. I agree with that. That's a good take that enough people aren't talking about with regards to the card. You tried the card game Skyweaver. The name Skyweaver sounds familiar. That's one of those crypto scam card games, right? Or am I misremembering? Pretty sure that was a crypto scam game. Okay. There's a bunch of people in here, and we've had a bunch of new follows today. So I just like to make sure my opinion on issues like that are crystal clear for the new people. Fuck the grifters involved with crypto and everybody else trying to run up the score on people speculating in others' expenses. Absolute shit industry. Right on time, Mindstone. Welcome to the party. I guess. Grifter is another word for a con man. It's gender neutral con man. We don't have a lot of great hits on this here, unfortunately. I think we're supposed to leave. How long till the OTA? Whenever it comes out. We don't have a set deadline. For what it's worth, the Second Dinner folks also communicated that they eventually want to get these OTA updates ticking along automatically, but their current initial setup of the system doesn't allow for them to happen automagically. But that is their eventual goal. Anyone who wants to try and make the comparison of crypto to the actual stock market, feel free to let a moderator know that you're that dumb and they'll show you your ban at the door. I'm not going to take the time to engage with people that want to engage at that level of bad faith. My time is worth more than that. There are a number of deeply problematic things to do with the stock market as well. That does not excuse all of the shitty pump and dumps and other scams that frequently happened in the crypto space. One thing being shitty in some ways does not excuse the other things from being shitty. Is a classical whataboutism lazy redirection.
Clear for takeoff.
We're no friends to capitalism around these parts, okay? Multiple things can be met all at the same time. It's crazy. Okay, and then the onslaughts double each other, and then they double the Blue Marvel, and everything just gets bigger than an Xbox. Magneto, though. Magneto could grab Iron Lad, I guess. Breaker, breaker, give me the news. I got 10 points over you. Why is Iron Lad shiny? Because he's copying Onslaught, and that's Onslaught's background effect. So I've never used the sub goal thing on Twitch before, but it's interesting that it keeps ticking. Did an alert go over chat again? Because it just popped up in my notifications that we hit the goal again as the sub count goes up and down as subs fall off. It is a sick claw variant. It did not. Okay, good. Yeah, because that 2,500 isn't a ticker for just this month. It's a rolling count for the last 30 days, basically. I wonder if they have the option to have it be a ticker for the month. I should look at the features that it has after the stream. A rolling count for the month, we're currently at 1075. I think Howard the Duck will be a good cube equity card. Howard the Duck seems like it'll be a neat tool for helping you figure out how to retreat better, potentially. So Kang Light, to a degree, it's giving you information in a different way than Kang gives you information, but it's still a card that just like adds info. Doctor Strange in the center could get us into some trouble here. I'm expecting mostly buffs again today, with maybe a small amount of nerfs to the generic good card stuff deck. Bowl 3 complete at collection level 3,700. It's gone up. Unfortunately, we're not playing Jeff in this deck, so we're probably dead. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Saying, Howard the Duck's more similar to Daredevil, where you get to use information proactively and it doesn't share any with your opponent. That's a good take. Yes, it was hinted at by one of the devs that there are wave nerfs coming in the pipeline. Whether that's an OTA today or in the actual patch next week will remain to be seen, though.
The universe shall be set right.
Hope they bring Enchantress down a point. That wouldn't surprise me if Enchantress came down a point. Jumping up to 6 right away was a lot. How do you nerf waves by numbers only? I don't think you can. Outside of doing something kind of silly, like just like making her a 3-2 or a 3-1. I feel like them hinting at a wave change is a text box change. Make sure there's not Gamma Labs. gonna miss a card draw now, said. Oh, we're not gonna miss a card draw. Thanks, bud. I mean, that could have gone worse. What do we think about Iron Man Claw Onslaught Gaming? I'm gonna Claw first. Actually, am I gonna Claw first? I could get Lockjaw going. Do I want to get Lockjaw going? There's a lot of good cards in our deck to hit with Lockjaw. That's so close. Getting the Blue Marvel for the left seems like it has a lot of upside. Now, I'm gonna Lockjaw, because the stone pulls the only 2 stones out of our deck. And we're like mostly good hits here.
Enough said, Bob.
Yeah? Yeah, I'm doing it. All right, YOLO. Hey, and Vielek, thanks for sticking around. Welcome back.
Inevitable.
So I actually made a small mistake with my sequencing this game. I should have... What's the word I'm searching for? I should have Venomed before the Lockjaw happened in case I hit Doom. I'm kind of worried about Galactus, if I'm being honest. Jump on a treadmill. No, I'm just very bouncy and can't help myself. Confirmed Galactus.
Enough said, Bob.
Victory.
Burning extra calories by standing. Mostly just like making sure my back doesn't decide to revolt. We're working towards our next claw split. Need to get to 90 for that. Why do I never snap? Because I'm infinite and I've already gained too many cubes today. Once you're infinite, the cubes are made up and the ranks don't matter. Can I upgrade the claw to increase booster gain? That's a good shout. Maybe we should do that. Oof. You think about giving a ranked reward for the top ranks? I don't know. I don't know that necessarily encouraging things to be more competitive is a strictly good thing. Casual games are good. I dropped Blue Marvel in the middle here to leave us the flexibility to have a good onslaught. Dodged that one skillfully. I think High Evolutionary will be OP. I think similar to Thanos, High Evolutionary has too many moving parts involved to really evaluate it without playing games. There's like 3 or 4 different decks there on the surface level, and there's probably other further deck ideas once you dig deeper and think about it more that'll need to be tried out. I try not to sell people on things before we actually play games with it, because otherwise you end up like with a bunch of people telling you Iron Lad is the best card in Marvel Snap and then looking kind of silly. I actually don't want to play Space Stone here because I'll miss my draw for the turn. Ace of Spades would be a OP Marvel Snap card, 100% with certainty. Hey, Grexy, thanks for the support, appreciate it.
Wind, aid my hand.
4-7 is a bit above rate, yes. Supposedly the OTA is still happening today. We'll see. I have bandwidth to stream for like another 2 hours or so. So hopefully it's out before then and we can do a live react like we usually do. Truly marvelous pull. We'll play some more of the collector deck. The discard collector deck, Lassiter? Or a different one? Which one? Which one do you think about? Crystal is holding up the OT. I would be shocked if they OTA'd Crystal. Don't Enchantress me. Don't Enchantress me. Ah! Why? Cruel world. We still won, right? I think we still won. Okay, good job. Hey, so Calvic, thank you for the brand new print. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month. Thanks for send it this way this month. They're keeping me around. 69 claw boosters. Chat's right. I'm gonna upgrade this so we can be twice as likely to get claw boosters. Also looks pretty good in red. But if your card is missing boosters towards its next upgrade, it's twice as likely to grab them. We're close enough on claw boosters that I'm on a mission. Need 21 more. Do we get an OTA or 21 claw boosters first, chat? What happens? Could go either way, really.
Shall be set right.
Correct. I've never opened a Series 5 card from box. Nice. Listen, chat. Nebula in the danger room. My mama didn't raise no coward. As a gorgeous Nebula split already. So having this Nebula split means that they got enough Nebula boosters to split this card a minimum of 5 times. Just for the reference. They have been playing a lot of Marvel Snap. Orca Quint, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. They said yesterday they got in their 5th split. Yeah, it's nice. They got a great border effect on it too, huh?
Enough said, bub.
Ooh, Wolverine going right is very good for us too. Marvel into Onslaught wins here, right? Iron Man would do it too. Yeah, it's true actually. So I get to do this.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, just super lucky, Nike. They would have made a big announcement if they increased the rate of card acquisition. I have a second dinner person telling me the OTA is now live. This is not a drill. We are restarting the client. Thanks everybody for chilling. Exit the game. Okay, I have a list of what's supposed to be changed from a second dinner person here. Let's see if they're changed. Yep, that's a 5-power rock slide. Rock slide. Enchantress. Drax. And Venom. All right, we don't have a nice typed out post, so we're gonna have to do them this way. She's down to 5. He's down to 5. Drax is now 4, 6 plus 2. Okay. And Venom is 3, 3. You have a typed out post in your client. Oh, is it in the news section? Or is a post on mobile? All PC players in shambles? I don't think I have a good way to get the mobile post up. Let me ask my contact here if they're gonna have that shortly. See if that's being prepared. Like, I typically like to read over their reasoning. Official website has a post. Never mind. Thank you. Thank you, chat.